Well, you found your body? Fantastic. Welcome to Monsters and Memories. Pay attention to your environment. They do not have the location command in-game. They don't have a compass, they don't have an arrow, they have nothing. You need to pay attention to where you are, or good luck getting your body. Okay, we're live. Oh, the questions. Okay, hey stream, sorry, I got people yapping to me, I got questions being asked. So, welcome to the stream. It's Friday. I got wind today, as you can see from right there. Visionary Realms released their notes on the warrior, or I guess what I'm calling the supposed blueprint of the warrior, kind of, at least to start, or their idea. I'm gonna go over it. We're gonna see. You know, I'm nervous. Not gonna lie, I'm nervous. I'm not gonna ham it up. We're gonna go over this and see what they're doing with it. We have Pantheon up in the background just because we're under the Pantheon tab, but I probably will jump over to Monsters and Memories after. A couple people, or a few people from the crew, from the Pantheon crew, are giving the Monsters and Memories beta a try this weekend because it's open to everybody. Huh? 50 what? In Pantheon? Oh, Lord, no. My fighter is 25. It's 60 right now, I think. Yeah, it's 60 right now. Now, for those who don't know, Monsters and Memories has hell levels, just like original EQ. What that means is, once you hit level 20, you're going to hit your first hell level. A hell level takes 4 times as long to clear. Once that's done, every 5 levels you'll hit another hell level until you get to 51. Then every single level from 51 to 60 is a hell level. And a hell level just means you need 4 times the XP. Roughly. Okay, let's get ready to go over this. Alright, I'm going to be radio silent for probably 5-10 minutes. Okay, so, as part of the combat and progression update, we are updating each of our adventuring classes. This isn't just adding mastery for each class, but it also includes looking at the skills they use, their base ability kit, and even their special class mechanics as well. Not everything is going to change, and many aspects of the classes will feel familiar, but our goal is to get all of our classes to a point where they are functionally complete with their full intended kits from level 1 to level 50. We're also using this opportunity to address some long-standing challenges that have made it difficult to balance our content and to produce coherent itemization for the game. We are starting this process with our 3 tank classes, the Warrior, the Paladin, and the Dire Lord. We will go over the Warrior today and the Paladin and Dire Lord next week. A very important disclaimer here. What you see reflected below is meant to be a high-level conception. Okay, so it's not necessarily definite. It's just their starting blueprint of where we are taking the class. Many details, like the level or skill requirements and effects of the different class and mastery abilities, are expected to change and fluctuate as we go through testing before the update releases. Oh, so that either means they're going to internally test it, and then when they deem it's ready to go, bring it out to the rest of us, or they're going to put it on the PTR server only, and then when it's finalized on the PTR server, moved, I guess, to other servers, however that works. We're looking forward to everyone's feedback once our public test realm is available. Okay, to help us with dialing all those details in so that each class feels fully realized, distinctive, and fun to play. Okay. Much more than a soldier or mercenary, the warrior seems to defy limits of physical strength, ability, and resilience. However, she is not content with fortitude alone, but refines her mind as well, becoming a master strategist amidst the mayhem of battle. Primary role, tank, the Bastion. Okay. Secondary role, physical DPS, the Warlord. Available races, Human, dwarf, elf, halfling, ogre, dark mirror, scar, and archai. Interesting. I kind of like the look of the archai. I was thinking we might go to an archai when they come into the game, as opposed to an ogre. I'm not 100% certain. Weapons. All simple and martial weapons. Some exotic weapons unlocked at high skill levels. I think these exotic weapons, I think this is like if you get longsword up to skill level 200, there's probably some rare, I'm assuming, name-dropped weapon that you're going to be able to put on, but only if you hit that weapon skill level. That's what I'm assuming. Armor. Up to light plate. Can unlock heavy plate via the Bastion Mastery. Okay. Shields all. Okay. Excuse me. Class mechanics. Battle points. Battle points are the primary resource warriors use in combat, healing both offensive and defensive abilities. Warriors can generate battle points through various attacks, combat abilities, and certain passive effects that can be unlocked through mastery. Hang on a second, chat. Okay, I gotta jump out. I can't have them talking and review this. Okay. Weapon skills. Weapon skills represent proficiency with different types of weapons. They control which weapons can be wielded, the chance to successfully hit an opponent, and contribute to the damage dealt when using that weapon type. The more skilled you become with a specific weapon type, the more weapon techniques you will be able to learn with that weapon. The more skilled you become with a specific weapon type, the more weapon technique will be... So they're putting techniques behind weapon skills now. That's interesting. That's what I'm getting from that, right? Techniques are going to be behind weapon skills? At the highest skill levels, a weapon skill may grant access to an exotic version of that weapon type or unlock additional benefits. Dagger, sword, short spear. Short spear. Oh, yeah, okay, right. I'm so used to one hand, two hand. Axe, hammer, hand-to-hand, whip, and flail. Weapon types that will be implemented in future updates. Oh, man, are we going to have to... Oh, are we going to go whip? We're going to whip it good? I think we might have to whip it good. Or flail trying. Sorry. I'll never say that again. Great sword, great axe, great hammer, long spear, martial staff, short bow, crossbow, throwing weapons. Okay. Combat skills. Combat skills control the effectiveness of various aspects of combat as well as the effectiveness of class abilities. High skill levels in these combat skills may unlock additional abilities or mastery selections for the warrior to choose. Shield, dodge, parry, tactics, and warfare. Those are new. They're saying warriors combat, so warfare is probably warlord, and tactics would be bastion. Guessing. Maybe. Base class abilities. Warrior abilities focus on mitigating physical damage, weapon prowess, and coordinating the actions of their groups in combat. Note, this is not a full list of warrior abilities available within the game, and is intended only to provide an overview of the class. Many of these abilities have upgrades and variations that become available as the character levels up. Okay, so what we're about to see are a number of the abilities, but not all the abilities. Assault. A powerful strike that deals physical damage and generates a battle point. Okay, that's new. Strike of breaking. Tactical strike that increases incoming damage on the target while okay, that stays the same. Storm. Oh, charge has changed. Oh no, it's always been storm, right. Charge, stunning them briefly, generates a battle point, okay. Rupture. Strike that deals physical damage and causes the target to bleed over time. Okay, that's new. Shield block. Actually, Rupture, that sounds like it's probably part of the Warlord. Can't see defense. That's definitely DPS. Shield block. Raise your shield, reducing a major amount of incoming physical damage and a minor amount of incoming spell damage. This is a channeled ability. Oh, that's new. This is a channeled ability that cannot be interrupted by damage. Costs 1 battle point for each second. So based off of a 5 battle point scale, shield block will now last 5 seconds instead of 2. Interesting. Then you're out of battle point. That'll be interesting. That'll need some testing. That will definitely need some testing. Quell. Follow up a successful shield block with a powerful shield strike, generating increased threat and a battle point. So no damage. So that's a twist on punish. Yeah, successful shield block. So that's a twist on punish. So that's got to be the defense version of punish. Because punish does damage and gives you a battle point. This generates threat and a battle point. Well, actually, I think punish gives threat too. Mighty Blow. A charged attack that consumes 1 battle point per second while charging. When released, Mighty... Oh, that's interesting, but what happens with lag? You know, like you could be in a dungeon with a group, say the Enclave, and you could be fighting something, say an Embermancer, and you go ahead, you've got 5 battle points, and you want to charge up Mighty Blow to do the most amount of damage as a warlord. But then a player comes into your area that hasn't been there that evening or that day, and all of a sudden you get a burst of that lag when the game tries to register that player. Are you going to lose the charge, or is the game gonna that would be interesting to see how that plays out, especially when you've got 2 or more groups in the same general area. That's interesting. Taunt and angering shout. Taunt an enemy in melee range, forcing its attention on you for 3 seconds. Release an angry shout, taunting an enemy up to 25 meters away. So shout is the long-range taunt. Taunt is just the taunt. So angering shout, I'm assuming... well, I guess both of these would come from the Bastion. Right? The Warlord's not going to need to taunt. This is weird. So... maybe this is going to be split, because why would you have this on one warrior? You don't need a taunt from range to get them into the camp, and then another taunt when they're there. Maybe that is split. Maybe one of those is going to the Warlord and one... That doesn't make sense. The Warlord's not supposed to be hunting for aggro. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. Challenger's Banner. Place a banner of war near you that lasts for a short time. Remaining near the banner will increase the threat. Okay, that makes sense. That stays. Bash. Slam the target, dealing minor physical damage with a chance to interrupt the target's spell casting. Okay, well, at least they've clearly defined that as spell casting now. Formation Conquest. Command your group into an offensive formation, increasing their attack and spellcasting speed, but limiting their mobility for a short time. Okay. Banner of Arms. Place a banner of war near you. Group members will have an increased chance to hit their foes. Okay. Swing your weapon in a mighty arc, dealing damage to multiple foes in front of you. That stays the same. Hurl a javelin. That's Warlord. No Bastion's going to be throwing a javelin. Or maybe not. Dealing physical damage and generating a small amount of threat. Why would they throw javelin? Counterplay. Brace your weapon, retaliating with physical damage to attackers whenever you successfully block or parry. That's the same. Rallying Banner. That's going to be the CC banner. Yep. Formation Unyielding. This is going to be the CC immunity. Yep. Okay. Breaker's Roar. Shake off the effects of a root or snare that... Breaker's Roar. I don't like that name. Breaker's Roar. I don't like that name, chat. That's a weird name for that. Shake off the effects of a root or snare that has afflicted you. What about something like Persevere? Breaker's Roar. I don't know. I don't like that name. Close the gap. Leap to an enemy's location and strike them with your weapon, temporarily stopping their movement. Generates a battle point. That's the same. Last stand. Stand your ground, increasing your chance to block and parry attacks and increasing health you receive for several seconds. Okay. Warhorn. Sound your warhorn to taunt all... Okay, so they're renaming the AoE taunt. Hopefully it works. Devastate. Unleash a massive attack in an attempt to finish off your opponent. Only usable but... So that's the pulverize. Yeah, okay. Warrior Mastery. Warriors have two primary mastery branches that they can specialize into, Bastion and Warlord. Note that the mastery abilities described below are only a few examples intended as highlights. Do not represent the full list of mastery options that will be available for each specialization. Hey guys, what's going on? We're just going over the warrior notes that came out today. I figured I'd do this before we figure out what we're doing. We got some of the Pantheon crew is trying the open beta for Monsters and Memories, so we might jump over there just to give them a hand, give them some information. They're probably only going to be over there during this 4-day period, so I don't mind jumping over to giving them a hand. They wanted to do something different. I'm all for it. If they come in here and say they want to do Pantheon, we'll do Pantheon. Okay, Bastion Mastery examples. So this is what I want. Okay, so don't look at how my face is shaped because it may change, but this is this. I don't care about war. We're going to review Warlord, but this is what I care. The Bastion Warrior is a heavily armored defender who holds the line through grit, steel, and command of the battlefield. Mastery. Ability unlocked. Hammering Blow. Hammer the edge of your shield into the enemy, dealing physical damage and increasing your physical damage mitigation for a short time. Isn't that Shield Bash? Oh no, Shield Bash is right here. Slam the target with your shield, dealing minor physical damage, interrupting spell casting, and silencing the target. Shield Throw. Hurl your shield at the target, dealing physical damage and knocking the target down for 3 seconds. I didn't really use this a whole lot. I shouldn't say I haven't used this a whole lot. I was using it in the beginning. It seemed to be pretty good with the goblins and the manor, but once I got into Halnirs and over to Hangor, I don't use Shield Throw. While your shield is traveling, you'll be shieldless and unable to use shield-based abilities. Okay. Heavy Plate Mail Proficiency. Unlocks the ability to wear heavy plate mail. Shield Prowess. Your prowess with the shield grants you the chance to gain a battle point. This is cool. If Shield Prowess is going to be innate, Shield Prowess is the name of one of the innate abilities you get when you level up, meaning that you don't actually use it as an ability, it's automatically on your character. We don't have anything like that currently. That will be interesting, especially when you factor in charge abilities that use up to all 5 of your battle points. That's interesting. I like that. I wonder if it'll be based on block. It says your prowess with the shield, but it doesn't say how. Is it using shield abilities? Is it blocking damage? It says successful blocks, but does it factor in shield block? And how are they doing shields? We don't know yet. Okay, anchored stance. Okay, so in EQ2, Guardians have an ability called Plant, and Plant allows them to dig themselves into the ground with mobs around them and lock them in for a certain amount of time. I think that's what anchored stance is. While channeling shield block, you are immune to forced movement, including knockback. Oh. So you're going to unlock shield block normally, but if you go into the mastery tree for the Bastion far enough, you're going to modify shield block to have anchored stance. I get it. Okay. Hold the line. EQ2, they have hold the line as well. That's a Guardian ability. For each battle point shield block consumes, you receive a 5% bonus to incoming healing. 5%? Okay. All right. All right. We'll see how that tests. Iron Mandate, that's new. If the target is immune to taunt, using taunt will instead grant increased threat generation on that target. Okay, so if the target is immune to taunt, you would pop Iron Mandate, and then all your physical attacks would be your threat, not taunt. Gotcha. Makes sense. So timing is going to be key with your combat. I like that. It makes you work more. Tactician. Using assault on a target under the effect of your taunt will generate an extra battle point. Okay, so we'll unlock Tactician. I'm guessing that's going to be, that's a passive. It's kind of like, so right now when you play a warrior, when you get up to like level 30, for example, you start unlocking innate abilities, as I mentioned earlier. I think Tactician is an innate ability that goes on your character, and then it says anytime you use Assault after unlocking this, you have a chance to earn an extra battle point. I get it. Anchoring Arrival. I don't know about this name. I don't like this name. The root effect from your Close the Gap ability lasts longer, and the target's movement speed is reduced for a short time after the root ends. So Close the Gap is, I mean, that's really, I guess if the mob's running away. Rallying Brass. This is new. If Warhorn successfully lands on 2 or more enemies, refund a battle point. Warhorn successfully lands on 2 or more enemies, refund a battle point. Warhorn did what again? That was our AoE taunt, right? Sound your Warhorn to taunt all nearby enemies. How? Not all warriors had an easy time handling 2 or more enemies. Wonder how that's going to play. Oh, well, testing. We'll have to test. Critical recovery. When you activate Last Stand, immediately restore 5% of your max health, then gain another 5 over 5 seconds. Okay, that's interesting. That'll be on a long cooldown, I'm guessing. Reinforced shield block. Increase the amount of physical damage your shield block is able to mitigate. Okay. I'm going to keep those comments to myself. What? Testing. Intercepting Spear. If the target struck by javelin is more than 15 meters away, gain a short burst of movement speed, and your next storm within 3 seconds generates an extra battle point. I don't know how I don't know how I feel about these modifiers to storm. Because the one thing you typically don't want to do is, I know people talk about charging into battle as a warrior because we don't have a yoink like the Paladin or the Dire Lord. But the problem is when a warrior charges into 2 mobs, 3 mobs, the general area of mobs like in Hangor or even Halnirs, that could be a bad day. I guess we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. I know people like the idea of charging in, but it's killed quite a number of people. I've had to listen to it. I've had people message me. I've heard about it in Discord. I know. So this whole storm charge thing, we'll have to, again, test it. Okay, Warlord Mastery. The Warlord Warrior is a brutal frontline combatant who turns skill at arms and battle experience into relentless offense. Or offense. By the way, we finished Final Fantasy III last night, so you guys won't have to see that. There you go. You're welcome. It's pretty cool. It was a little frustrating and almost failed, but pretty cool. Okay, ability unlock. War Lariat. War Lariat? Is that a pull? Unleash a whirlwind of steel, attacking all targets in 360-degree radius around you. Must have a primary and offhand weapon. So that's specific to dual wield. I don't like this name. You guys know what a lariat is, right? A lariat is a lasso. You don't AoE with a lasso. You don't flurry with the lasso. You throw it and you pull a mob towards you. I don't know about that name. Whatever. We're not going to be a warlord, doesn't matter. Punish. Okay, so they gave Punish to the warlord. Grants the Punish ability. Punish has a chance to become usable every time Rupture's Bleed ticks. Okay, wait a minute. Rupture is a basic ability, right? Oh, I got an idea. Testing. Got an idea. Okay, where were we? Furious Howl. Now, Furious Howl was our yellow ability that you see on my hotbar that when you pop it, you have 15 seconds to increase damage to the group. Release a Furious Howl, generating 1 battle point and increasing your melee attack speed. Okay, so apparently Furious Howl is going to be single target now, and it's going to be you. I don't know how I feel about that. Brutal Trajectory. Javelin deals increased damage and gains increasing chance to critically hit based on the distance traveled. So Javelin is going to be an ability for both the Bastion and the Warlord. I don't understand. Why would a tank want to throw a Javelin? If we have Charge, a ranged taunt, right? A Javelin you would think is a throw. Probably 25 meters throw, 50 meters throw. Probably 25. Double tap. Your assault ability has a chance to strike a second time with your primary weapon. Okay. Break the line. Storm deals additional damage to targets above a certain health threshold. If the target is below a certain health threshold when Storm is used, Storm's cooldown will be shortened. Storm deals additional damage, so it's a modifier to Storm. Storm deals additional damage to targets above health. So, for example, if you're charging in, if the target is below a certain health, which would indicate running away, Storm's cooldown will be shortened. So that will allow a warrior to storm at a running mob and then jump into the next pull. Okay, all right. I see. That makes the warlord a little active. I get it. I like that. It's a nice idea. Skull Ringer. Your bash ability deals increased damage and is guaranteed to interrupt spell casting. Okay. Deepening Wounds. Increase the bleed damage caused by rupture. That makes sense. No Quarter. If a target dies while bleeding from your rupture ability, gain a short movement speed bonus and restore some. Okay, so if the fight gets tricky, that allows you to get to the next target quick. Dual wield and two-hand specialization. Improve overall effectiveness, improve overall... Okay. Warbringer. Your critical hits now have a chance to generate a battle point. That's interesting. Especially if critical hits has a stat that it's based off of, like dexterity. Oh no, hit rating's going to be moved off of stats, right? Hit rating's going to be its own thing. Okay, yeah, right. Kill Engine. Gain the ability to move while charging your mighty blow. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Precision of battle. This would be good because if you plan on doing a lot of damage to what's around you, but for some reason the mob moves, or the tank moves, or the mob chooses a different target, you can automatically see where the next middle point is and then move to it while charging. That way you don't risk delaying the attack. I get it. Precision of battle. This sounds like it's the endgame mastery. That's got an endgame mastery name, so this is probably the final upload or upgrade. I almost said upload. Your AoE attacks, such as Cleave and War Lariat, will no longer break root or mez effects on opponents, although they will deal reduced damage against targets under these effects. Okay, that just broke my brain. So warlords are going to be able to run into combat ignorant of anything around them, and they're going to be able to pop off their damage and only hit the aggro target. And even though their weapons are going to pass through all the CC mobs, they're not going to break the CC. I really don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that idea at all. I don't. I really don't. That screams easy mode. Like, that's what I'm getting, right? Your AoE attacks, such as Cleave and War Lariat, will no longer break root or mez, although they will deal reduced damage against targets under these effects. So, you're still going to be able to do damage to those targets that are CC'd and rooted, but you won't break that CC at all. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I really don't. There goes part of the challenge of combat. Whatever. We're not going Warlord, chat. It's not happening. I don't like this. Nobody probably cares. I don't like it. I really don't. Key changes for warriors. With the combat and progression update, the warrior class is evolving in the following ways. Additional weapon skills and combat skills with more meaningful impact. More complete and robust base ability kit with abilities up to level 50. Mastery selections focused on leaning into and empowering defensive abilities or offensive abilities. And unique abilities and power-ups unlocked through mastery select. Like, this is still bugging me, chat. Can you imagine if they gave this to a wizard? Hey, you can fire Ice Comet into combat, but guess what? You're only going to do damage to the active target, and everybody else that's CC'd around you, who cares? No worries of it breaking. You're not going to get aggro. You're not going to get smacked to the ground because you weren't paying attention. I don't like it. I don't like it. No, sir. Don't like it. Okay, unique abilities and power-ups unlocked through mastery selections. Around the team, okay, so the warrior review is done, so this is what they're working on currently. Continuing population of Kosa-Ul and Badia Dakara, first pass of NPC tuning for unified NPC templates. That says first pass. So I've been saying late April, early May for the update. I think we're going into June. I'm going end of May, June before we get the update. Yeah, I think it's going to be a little later into spring. First pass on itemization updates for combat and progression. This is going to be very important. And I say this specifically because light armor and light plate and heavy plate are going to need to be significantly different. And I'm not talking 2 AC and +1 strength. They're going to have to be significant. If we have to go into the mastery tree to unlock heavy plate needs to be, oh my god, what did I just get? I'm putting it on right now. That's what heavy plate needs to be. Saying. If you have to go into your mastery tree to unlock that armor better be phenomenal. Finalizing mastery for Warrior, Paladin, Dire Lord. Beginning work for Cleric, Druid, Shaman. So healers are next. You're up, healers. I don't know if I'll review healers because I don't play a healer. I mean, we can obviously review them when the blog comes out, just in case nobody else does. Continued work on NPCs and dialogue for the Port of Raloon. That would be interesting. It'd be nice for them to get that finished. Get those 2 silos covered with whatever it is they're putting there. World building and environment art. Set dressing for the Monarch villages. Finalizing layout for Port of Raloon. Beginning work on Raloon building interiors. Continued set dressing for undersea biomes. This is going to be pretty cool when it comes in. Continuing asset definition for Fairthale City to inform detailed concepts. So my understanding is when Fairthale comes in, it's supposed to be the largest city on the continent, I believe. Fairthale, I think, is like the main glow. I thought it was going to be Thronefast. I think Fairthale is going to be the biggest city, I think. Character art and animation. Finalized modeling texturing of the Kaladan. Finalized modeling texturing for the Aradola and Detadola clothing. Finishing remaining spellcasting animations for the Monarchs. Beginning modeling work for minor Badia Dakara creatures. What does that mean, minor? Just like trash mobs? Must be just trash mobs, like environment mobs. Initial modeling work on Hydron. Hydron? Hydron. How do you say that? Hydron? Let's say Hydron. Programming. Continued implementation of combat formula changes. That would be interesting. That ties into everything we just read. Continued work on persistence layer and mastery UI. Finalizing the mail system, database hookup, and initial testing. Mail system, and of course the auction house. Hey, Jaytal. Hey, Haley. I see you found the warrior items. I'm interested in what you think. Yeah, I mean, I don't like precision of battle. I don't. I genuinely don't. And no one's gonna convince me otherwise. If this is exactly what I just said it is, I don't like this. Other than that, I mean, it seems interesting. It's kind of cool because they said these are only some of the abilities. These aren't all of the abilities, and they've also mentioned that the abilities are a work in progress. So they might add, 5 or 10 more abilities to mastery, or 5 or 10 more abilities to the leveling up pool. So that's kind of interesting. The the real test here, all these abilities they talk about, like for the bastion, they talk about shield and shield block, but they don't talk about armor. They don't like there's no ability for bastion that says something like your armor quality increases by X amount, or you get bonus AC, or like there's nothing about the armor itself that you're getting. It's just about the shield. That will need testing because without knowing what the itemization is, I don't know what it's going to be like for the first 15 levels using a shield. Are we going to start with a shield when we roll a character going forward, and that shield is going to be the shield we use for the first 10 levels? I mean, what's the next droppable shield? The shield you start with is a similar shield to what drops off the bandits. So what's the next update? It would have to be the manor, right? I don't think Goblin Cave drops a shield. Although, again, they're doing itemization, so maybe they will after the fact. But as far as the shields go, no one's going to be able to craft a shield worthwhile in the beginning. That's going to take a while. You're probably not going to see a tower shield until level 20 or so. If they even have tower shields, they haven't mentioned. When do you see the first kite shield? If you have a group, and you're lucky enough to get a map fragment, if that still is going to drop in the game, you could do the Consecrated Shield quest. A group of 13s, 14s might be able to get that done. That's a shield. There's the... Where does the Bulwark come from? I forget who drops the Bulwark. I think that's around level 12 too. So maybe around level 12, 13 is when you see the next shield upgrade. Which would make sense because I think that's when you see start seeing the kite shields. But still, we don't even know how they're going to finalize shields. Are they going to put AC back on shields? Are they going to add additional modifiers to shields? Are they going to take certain modifiers away from shields? I don't know. I don't know. The DPS tree, or the DPS side, seems interesting enough. Playing with the bleed is going to be interesting because there were 3 or 4 modifiers that involved rupture. The question is, what's going to be the recast of rupture? Is it going to be once it lands, it goes on a 10-second cooldown, 30-second cooldown, 15-second cooldown? And Furious Howl being taken away from the group and being, from what I understand, is self-only. And then where is the dual wield and two-hand specialization in the mastery window? Are they towards the beginning so you can plan out your weapon use? Are they down towards the end so it's going to become a bit of a challenge to figure out what weapon types you want to use? I mean, I guess once the mastery windows are finished, we're going to be able to go in and see what upgrades what, and then probably know what all the different weapon types do. However, we will need players to actually pick all the different weapons and level them up, so that's going to take a while as well. My understanding is leveling your weapon skill is going to take a very long time. So, this is interesting here. I like this Warbringer ability for Warlords. The fact that your critical hits can generate battle points. But the question is, how are critical hits going to be calculated with the progression update or the combat mechanics update? Are they going to be their own stat? Are they going to be based off of dexterity? I mean, I think hit rating would dictate critical hit, but hit rating could also be how often you hit a target. Unless a certain amount of hit rating increases your chance to hit, whereas even more hit rating gives you a slight increase to how often those attacks crit. Maybe that's how they do it? I don't know. But that would be interesting. Warbringer will be interesting for the Warlords. I don't know how important Kill Engine is going to be. Again, this Kill Engine I think is only for a skilled warrior. Kill Engine is only going to be when somebody moves the mob in a group encounter accidentally, or the mob changes aggro. Now, they might have this set up because with the changes that have already happened to, like, the wizard, I believe aggro ripping is going to be a thing. So I do believe classes are going to start ripping aggro more often from all the tanks. I don't think tanks are going to be able to lock in. Now, I don't know what the Dire Lord's doing. I have no idea with Phantoms. Phantoms is typically a lock-in ability compared to the Paladin and the Warrior. I've seen wizards rip aggro from both the Paladin and the Warrior, but I haven't had a situation where I've seen the Dire Lord lose aggro to a wizard. With that said, Kill Engine, I feel, is situational and situational only, and maybe that's the way it's being designed. I don't see myself moving to charge Mighty Blow if I already know where I'm going when I start holding down the key. Also, something else I'll mention. Nothing here is positional. No from the rear, no flank, no in front. None of these abilities indicate position. I don't know if that's intentional. I don't know if maybe they just haven't thrown it in there. But to me, if you're going to be a DPSing warrior, you're not going to be in front of the mob. As a warlord, you have no mitigation. So if you stand in front of an Embermancer and you rip aggro, or you pull aggro on the Embermancer, and the Embermancer unloads on you with a bunch of fireballs, and you're not behind, so somebody can't taunt to pull the aggro back around to face the tank, that could be a bad day for whoever else is. Like, you would still want the tank to be on the opposite side of everybody else. But none of these abilities are positional, which is interesting. Because as it stands right now, a number of these abilities are positional. We have Forward Swing, does additional damage when in front of the mob. We have Cross Strike, does additional damage when behind the mob. Now we don't have any positions at all with these abilities. So, other than the fact that a mob has to hit the shield, but we're not talking about Bastion, we're talking about Warlord. So that's interesting how there's no position. Maybe if I get an opportunity to ask, or maybe I'll post about it and see. But nothing here screams position. I don't know how I feel about that either. I don't feel like you should be able to charge in wherever you want to, start DPSing, and everything's hunky-dory. Now, maybe everything's not supposed to be hunky-dory. Maybe you're not supposed to, and maybe they're not going to tell you to get beside or behind the mob. Maybe they want you to get punched in the face unnecessarily by damage that 100% could have been avoided. I don't know. Maybe that's the plan. I like the idea of building the Bastion off the shield, but what's going to have to be tested is how reliable all these shield modifiers are when you're in combat. If I'm in combat and I start a tank rotation with taunt and hold the line and shield slam, what have you, and then I go ahead and tell the wizard in my group to just face roll, is something going to happen? Is it going to rip off of me? Is it going to happen multiple times? I don't know. Thankfully, I know people who will do this stuff, so testing won't be an issue. It is interesting, though. I like the Bastion more than I do the Warlord, which I was going into biased anyways. But I feel like the Warlord, I still... Oh, whoops, I got kicked out. I'm still not a fan of this ability. If you hit something that's CC'd, you need to deal with the consequences, or the group needs to deal with the consequences. What do you guys think from what you've read? Anybody that's interested in playing a warrior, or if you've listened to whatever I've said, like, do you guys dispute anything that I've said? You guys have your own opinion. You guys agree. Don't be all yes people. If you've got opinions or what have you, feel free to voice them. And if you don't care because you're not going to be playing a warrior, I get it. I totally get it. I don't want to be Mr. Toxic. Wah, wah, wah. Everybody sucks. Just got in, missed the review. Oh, no, Haley. Oh, well. I missed that. Heavy plate is a mastery thing now. Yes, heavy plate is only available to the Bastion. Heavy plate will not be available to the Warlord. The Warlord will not need mitigation. The Warlord will be DPS. So heavy plate is kind of like the Summoner's Titan pet. They're key pieces to that build, so they're both locked behind the mastery. Which they should be. You know, you can't just I'll tell you this right now. If you remove the heavy plate flag or tag from anything a paladin can wear, oh boy, can you imagine? No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm definitely never being a warrior. Don't say definitely never, Haley. You never know. I did think the one banner to increase the ability to mez is cool. That's currently in the game. That's a current ability on the warrior. It's a neat little trick nobody uses, but I keep telling my group. When we were so I'll spoil it now. When we were in Black Rose Keep months ago and we were working on the dining room, if you guys remember, the banquet room. We had all those chemists that kept fearing everybody, turning people into rats, running them across the room, running them into the banquet room, aggroing 15 mobs, and dying horribly. The CC banner on the warrior was pretty interesting for this because what it did was it cut the CC time in half and increased our CC time by 50%. So if you mezzed something and it normally lasted 4 minutes, it would last 6 minutes. But if they normally feared you for 8 seconds, it had a chance to last for 4 seconds. Now, it wasn't guaranteed, it was a chance. But when you put down that banner in the banquet room, it makes a world of difference. And most people didn't do that. They constantly put down the DPS banner or the hit rate banner. And they would constantly get feared into the banquet room, die horribly, and there was a period of weeks where there wasn't a single soul that came to the banquet room because nobody wanted to get feared into the room itself and die. So, like I said, you're going to need to understand all the skills of your class. But yes, that's a neat little trick with the warrior. There's a couple other spots where you can do that, but I won't say where they are. I have no opinion. I throw arrows or do stabby stab. I just hope they work for you. Right on back. Thank you. I do too. I'm still not a fan of that ability, but whatever. Really wondering about the heavy plate more now. Just hope it's better if it's behind mastery. I don't know if you heard me earlier, RMS, but as I mentioned, the heavy plate that drops is going to have to be significant. If it's going to be locked behind the mastery window, it needs to be, I'm looking at it and going, holy crap, this light plate is coming off too sweet. Right? If I have a light plate breastplate and it has 50 AC and +2 to strength, +2 to dexterity, +2 to agility, and I get a heavy plate item that drops that has 70 AC, 1 strength, that's it. I'm putting on the heavy plate, 1000%. If I put on light plate with 50 AC, and I'm killing stuff at my level, let's say the light plate breastplate is my level or a couple levels lower, I just got it or what have you, and I put all these points into mastery to unlock heavy plate, to have heavy plate drop, and it's 54 AC, I'm going to have a problem. That's not cool, and it's not fair, and it takes away the whole allure of the heavy plate tag if it's going to be behind a quote-unquote paywall. But now, I'm not saying that the light plate version of the heavy plate breastplate. I'm not saying the light plate needs to be 50 and the heavy plate needs to be 70. That's not what I'm saying. But if I get a level 20 breastplate that's light plate and it has 30 AC on it, and I get a level 30 or level 25 breastplate that's heavy plate, I expect it to be 40, 45. Like, I expect it to be significant. However, we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. But if it's only 3 or 4 points difference, 4 or 5 points difference, I'm not going to be amazed. So, itemization, I feel, probably is going to be a bit of a headache, I think. But again, that's just me. I'm not asking for everything. You guys know I've killed everything in the game without having the best of everything. I'm just saying, if the heavy plate's going to be behind a flag in the mastery window, it needs to be significant. It needs to make me feel like all the work I put into getting that ability unlocked is worthwhile. Now, here's the other thing. Let's say you typically play the game, level up, and let's say you don't unlock heavy plate. Let's say heavy plate has a level requirement. Not saying it's going to, but let's say in the mastery window you unlock it at level 30. Let's just say. I don't want there, out of all the content in the game, I don't want there to be, say, 2 heavy plate breastplates or heavy plate pieces of armor all over the world when I've gone to level 30 and unlocked that mastery, I'm not asking for 100 different heavy plate items, but I'm telling you right now, there's only like 3 heavy plate items in the game. There's the shoulders, there's the dragon helmet, or no, there's the shoulders, there's the breastplate, and I believe the gloves in Enclave are heavy plate, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they're heavy plate. So I think there's 3, maybe 4 pieces of heavy plate, and that's it. There better be a selection. Not as many as light plate, obviously, but you need to be able to be over here and get something worthwhile rather than be over here spending all your time when the one item you're looking for is all the way over here and you spend a whole lot of time over here with your friends and your group and your so on. You want to be able to feel rewarded wherever you are, right? So, I don't know. I'm just hypothesizing right now. But so far from what I've read, this all sounds cool for the warrior. I don't like this ability. I don't like making the game less punishable, and I feel like this makes the game less punishable. I don't like that. But it's up for testing. When it hits and people start testing, and because it's going to take, even with me saying what I'm saying now, we're still months away from the update, and even then, let's say the update hits June 1st. It might not, but let's just say June 1st, the update hits, servers restart, we all re-roll. It's still going to be months before we're able to do any reliable testing. You have to hope that a no-lifer plays a warrior and plays exactly the way you want to play. I'm not a no-lifer. I don't have 8 hours a day to put into it. I wish I did, because I would. You guys know I would because of how much I play this game, but I don't. But you would need the right individual with the right mindset to take a class through to a certain point in order to have all the information they need to give reliable feedback. Now here's the other thing. You're also going to get people rolling warriors when the reset hits, and I'm going to try very hard not to give a solid review of the warrior until I hit level 20, at least, or level 15. I need to be able to go to the Manor, Halnir's, and Galdassi Ruins. If I can get to all 3 of those, or between, let's say, 12 and 15, then I could probably give some serious input about the warrior to that point. Getting up there, my opinion's not going to mean anything for anybody. Everybody's going to be able to get to level 15 just off whatever's available. Also, again, they still said that these aren't all the abilities. You know, these are just the ones they have written here. Now, I don't know if they already have other abilities done. I can see that some abilities that we have currently aren't on this list, so that's interesting. And I'll tell you why. So let's look at banners, okay? Let's look at banners real quick. So we come down, we look at the Challenger's banner. Challenger's banner, that's your taunt banner. That's going to go to the Bastion. That won't go to the Warlord. At least I wouldn't think so. but that's going to go to the Bastion. Then you come down here and you have the Rallying Banner. The Rallying Banner is our CC banner. Okay? So that will probably go to the Bastion as well. That has nothing to do with damage per se. That's crowd control, right? You come down here. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. Looking at these skills, how many banners does a warrior have right now? Do any of you know? There are multiple banners missing from this list. Are they being removed? Are they being changed? Are they being kept off the list on purpose to make it seem like when they say there are more abilities to be shown, it's those abilities? I don't know. But there's only 2 banners in this list. The warrior has, what, 6? Shield block banner, DPS banner, threat banner, hit rate banner, crowd control banner. And I think I'm missing one. And this has 2. So we're either losing banners, or they just haven't put the banners in the list. One or the other. That's interesting to me. Because I liked the idea of banners, because I liked the idea that I could put down a banner that most people wouldn't use in a certain area because they, let's say, weren't paying attention to the environment, which has happened. I've seen it with my own eyes. A lot. So, just saying. I don't know how I feel about 5 banners, 6 banners going down to 2. Oh, I think I'm thinking of unyielding formation. I think that's the red and white flag icon, right? Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking of. So, anyways, 5 banners down to 2. There are no banners listed in the Bastion, and there are no banners listed in the Warlord. So, I don't know what's going on there. And I'll say this. In the beginning, biblical style, in the beginning, the warrior was designed and defined as the master tactician in the battlefield, meaning the warrior was going to be able to meet multiple situations head-on with skills that leaned towards whatever it is they were doing, hence the banner system. The banner system was also going to be the staple of the warrior, nothing else. Not the taunts, not the jumps, not the lunges, not the shield bashes. It was going to be the banners. The banners were the selling point for the warrior. The banners are what got me excited years ago for the warrior. I don't know how I feel right now with the banners. Until I see the other 3 banners back up here, I don't know how I feel about the banners right now. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I just said that like 2 minutes ago. I was just saying, they say it's an incomplete list. But I'm just saying, they've only listed 2 banners here. They don't have the block banner here. They have multiple abilities here based off of shield block, but no block banner. So I feel like the block banner is going to be removed. There are more block modifiers to the warrior, to the Bastion and the warrior, than there are currently in game. So I feel like they've leaned more towards the shield block and less towards the block banner. So we might not get the banner. Again, I don't know, but I just find it weird that if we have 5 banners, they list 2. And the 2 they list are Taunt and CC. Those are weird banners for a warrior. I could see if they wanted to describe a group setting, because Taunt and CC would be perfect for a group explanation. This is not a group explanation. If I was doing something for the warrior as far as banners, I would talk about the threat banner and the DPS banner. Or the DPS banner and the hit rate banner. But again, we'll wait and see. All we can do is wait. This isn't definite, so I'm just voicing my concerns because I can. That's all. See? This is not a full list of warrior abilities. Heavy plate's going to be a big deal. Also, I just thought about this. It'll be interesting with something unique like heavy plate mail locked behind the mastery tree. The assumption would be that it's only going to have a warrior tag. Because the Dire Lord, my understanding, will not use heavy plate, and I think the Paladin, because of the healing that it has, will not be using heavy plate. That will make it interesting for any heavy plate armor that drops that has a no drop or bind on equip or bind on pickup tag. Because you can't break gear down in the game, right? So is it a waste? Are people going to be able to hand it out to somebody else? Are people going to be able to invite people into the group and then lock or unlock a combat or a fight in order to loot something? That's interesting. Because I'm pretty sure it's going to be the only armor type behind a mastery window that I can think of, right? Enchanters wouldn't have a need for leather. Wait, isn't there... What's the armor quality on monk gear? Isn't that something different? Isn't that like martial leather, martial cloth? Isn't martial in the name for monk stuff? Am I wrong? They have a special tag, right? For armor? Or am I mistaken? Martial cloth. Yeah, okay, right, thanks. DPS warriors will be rolling need on heavy plate. It's going to complicate MBG looting. Yeah, you know what we'll have to start? We'll have to start a stipulation that the build you join in is what you get gear for. Because they mentioned that you're going to be able to travel back and respec. Whether it's going to cost something, whether you got to talk to an NPC, who knows? But I think it's going to have to start that we're going to have to say whatever role, whatever build you're in the group with, that's what you're rolling on. And then greed, whatever might drop that nobody's going to use. That might be a thing. Because you're right. If not, someone's going to jump in and start rolling on everything that has a warrior tag. Oh, but I might start a warrior warlord, you know, when I need... So I feel... I get it. I see. That's going to suck, and you guys are going to have to write down names. You don't want shady people in your group, right? So write down names. Keep track of people. Add them to ignore lists. Do your duty. Don't deal with poor players. Or bad play, whatever. It's not worth your time. It ruins your morale, and it ruins the morale of the other 4 people in your group. So, weed them out. Or wean them out, I should say. It's interesting. I like the majority of what I've read. Again, I'm my picky self. I still don't like precision of battle. I don't like the... What's the term? I don't like the uncontested performance. I don't like the fact that you're going to be able to hit through mobs and not break a mez and not break a root, but still do damage. Even if they remove the damage, if your weapon passes through a mob, you hit that mob. A savings throw needs to be rolled, and you either pass or fail. Just like the charm system. When charm comes in the game, there needs to be a saving roll that happens every 3 seconds or every 6 seconds or what have you, and if it passes or fails, the enchanter's got to scramble. You have to make charm a game in itself, or the enchanter's just going to be a junky, overpowered class. Charm has to be a... Oh, did I just disconnect on... Yo, why am I dropping frames? I'm not dropping frames. What just happened to my internet? You guys still here? Am I still alive? 1, 2, 3. My streaming software just crashed for a minute. I'm on? Wow, okay, that was weird. They're trying to get me, chat. They're trying to shush me. Trying to keep me quiet. That's what's happening. Don't let me go down. Just kidding. So, the Paladin and the Dire Lord notes are coming next week. I think we'll go over those two when they come out. Or, they say here that the Dire Lord and Paladin notes are coming out next week. So whenever that happens, we'll probably take a look at those as well. I'm going to try not to be sour about it, and we'll see if we can find the rainbows and unicorns in all 3 explanations. Nothing has changed for the last 10 minutes. That was so weird. My whole stream just kicked me. All right, whatever. Yay Twitch for the reconnect, I guess. Yeah. If okay, I'll make a stipulation. If we get stuck at a certain level bracket or a certain level range for content for a period of time, say a week or what have you, based off of maybe not getting into a consistent group, dying a few times and not gaining much XP, I might go back with whatever they have for a method to respec into Warlord. Just Chat, hang on a second. Stream might still be live, but I gotta see if anything's running. Just drop me a second time. That is so weird. I'm still live. Oh, my computer's fine. All right, if the stream goes down for whatever reason and it doesn't come back up within 3-4 minutes, I may not be back. There's no bad weather outside. I don't know what's going on, but it's dropped me twice now on my end, which has never happened before. So I don't know what's going on there, but I will come back if the stream goes down. Did that make sense? If I'm not back within 10 minutes of losing the stream, I won't be back. Yeah, let's say that. Okay, I don't think we really need to stay on this any longer, right? I don't like this name. I don't like Breaker's Roar. It sounds nothing out of everything we've read here indicates a roar or breaker of any sort. The warrior is not known as a breaker of anything. If anything at all, Breaker's Roar should be a wizard ability, and it should be a nuke that breaks aggro. But this is a weird name for a root breaker. I still feel something like perseverance or persevere. Shake off the effects of root or snare. Maybe like dismiss? Like persevere means like to last through. Or dismiss means to like brush it off your shoulder, like don't sweat it. But Breaker's Roar, that seems like a really weird name for that ability. Breaker's Roar. I don't like that. That name is weird. Everything else I've been okay with. But the name of that ability and that other precision ability thing, whatever, I don't like. Everything else seems okay. I don't know about the javelin. The whole javelin thing is a little weird because that's new. I'm guessing that's some kind of ranged pulling as opposed to using a bow. Hurl a javelin into an enemy at distance, dealing physical damage and generating a small amount of threat. For some reason in my head, I can't see this being a Bastion ability. I feel like it's a Warlord ability. But there's nothing else for the Warlord that dictates it would be good from ranged. However... No, never mind, because they'd have Storm. Why would they need... I don't understand what this Javelin... I don't understand the logic of this Javelin. I might have to wait until Joppa gets on there and starts talking about it. Maybe he'll talk about it Wednesday. Or Monday. If I manage to make it into a stream Monday, I might ask him. But that's weird. If tossing a javelin looks like the way Olympic athletes run throw, that'll be funny and cool. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. Don't they run and then do like the 3 hop? They run, they get to a line, they go 1, 2, 3, and then they wind up and throw? Could you imagine ogres doing a little run and then a hop, skip, jump, and a throw? I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. I'm pretty sure they're just going to turn to their mob and throw a javelin. I don't even like. So the only thing that screams javelin is throwing weapons. Now you would think that would typically be throwing daggers, throwing stars, whatever. The javelin is not listed here. The javelin is not a spear. The javelin will be a type unto its own. So I'm thinking it's used to pull. What I'm thinking. Now, I just had a thought. Here's what I think with javelin. It says it'll deal physical damage and generate a small amount of threat. Here's why I think this is interesting. If this is a pulling throw, let's say this is a small amount of threat. Let's say this is a fireball from a wizard. So let's say the warrior says incoming, javelin throws, hits the mob, establishes aggro, does the initial damage to get the hate. A cocky face-rolling wizard goes ahead and fires a fireball, anything above this level, and hits the mob, and the mob will go to the wizard. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're trying to do it like a haha, gotcha. That could be. But outside of that, I don't see a purpose for this javelin. I just don't. But the small amount of threat is interesting, because I don't think they would put that on the warlord. Why would the warlord need to generate an amount of threat? They're not supposed to be tanking. So I think that's what it is. I think that's meant to trick people to make pulls or to make fights a little difficult. And not to mention a heal. Let's say the warrior pulls from ranged. The warrior goes ahead and snags an orc and Hangor, and the orc runs towards the warrior. And the healer goes ahead and casts a ward or a pre-buff. And the pre-buff has this much threat. As long as it's over the small amount of threat of the javelin, the mob's going to go to the cleric. Or the druid, or the shaman. And what if that mob opens up with an ability that screws that? Like, okay, I could see that being interesting, but that's the only situation I could see this javelin, whatever this javelin stuff is. I could see it as a pulling mechanic to throw off the group. That's what I could see. This would be to get people aggro. I think. That makes sense to me. It's the small amount of threat that is interesting. I don't care about the physical damage. It's the small amount of threat. There's no situation where you would want a small amount of threat except to pull. Or not get aggro. Yeah. Okay. Let me see what the gang is doing. We'll jump back up and see what they're doing. We'll probably jump over into monsters because I think that's where they're going to be. Hey guys, what's going on? What happened to Anna? Wasn't Anna here? Was he gone? I'm cool with about 98% of it. I have some questions that won't get answered until I get some more information or the reset. There's an ability that I'm not a fan of, if I understand it correctly, and there's a name of an ability that I'm not a fan of. Seems out of place, but that's just a petty length. All right, hang on a second, chat. Okay, so we're on the Rel server. So these are the tunes that we had when I was asked to check out the closed alpha. These are the servers that they're using for the open period this weekend. We have a Necro, which we got to level 7. I had this guy to level 8. For some reason, he's level 1. And it doesn't make sense. This is the dude I had on the Sunday when we grouped with Swanee. But for some reason, my character's been stripped and reset. I don't understand why. I don't know. I have no idea. Where should we log in? Maybe the Necro. I like the fighter. I like the fighter a lot. Oh, hang on a second, chat. Those of you that had popped in here for Pantheon, I do apologize if you guys were looking for Pantheon content. The crew is checking out Monsters and Memories, so we're going to jump in, and if they have any questions, we're going to help them out. It's only 4 days. They'll be back in Pantheon. And that's only if people show up. There might not be people that show up this evening. We'll see what happens. I didn't really have any plans. The Warrior Notes caught me off guard today. I didn't know that was going to be a thing. I'm glad I looked at it now, though, as opposed to later. We're doing the fighter on the closed. So I guess we could jump on the Necro. I'm not sure. She hasn't been here the last 2 days. I know she was ill yesterday, I think. The snow's mostly gone, and we had a bit of rain today. The weekend's supposed to be really cold, but I didn't see any snow in the forecast, so hopefully now we're into spring. I thought we were going to be into spring 3 days ago, but then we got some freak snow. But that's almost gone now. Yeah. Okay, we have to sell stuff. Yes. Oh, we have that for the pet, don't we? Yeah, we do. I don't want to get rid of that. It's crazy. Satchel. Oh, we have that up there because... Okay. So, the spellbook takes up a pouch slot, which means our inventory is limited on the Necro. Now everything resets. We got to realign bags. I probably wouldn't do that because you wouldn't want to deal with the drama you're going to put up with. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, this is the mortar and pestle. That's our satchel. Ouch. And I guess we can't... As long as we have the mortar and pestle, we can't put the satchel down. That's a 4-slot bag. So we don't... Well, we don't have any... I don't have anything to use with that at the moment, so... Why don't we just do that? There. Yeah, that'll work. Food and drink. How much money do we have? 2 silver. My name looking different? Hang on now. Nope. Okay. Interesting. Escape doesn't close my window. Huh. That intended? Oops, no. Don't do that. Don't do that. Escape closes the bags. Escape closes the character sheet. Escape brings up the menu. Escape doesn't close this window. Closes that window. Closes that window. Oh, that's going to open a browser. Closes that window. Closes that window. Closes that window. Doesn't close that window. Interesting. I guess that's a bug. Quality level recommended. Okay, for some reason escape doesn't close the options. You only need the book there to memorize spells, not cast. Wait, so I can put it in the bank? Is that what you're saying? I don't need it on me? I'm not used to being so low to the ground. I don't think I have enough spells at this level to worry about that. Oh goodness. The mob's not moving, the animation's not landing. Oh, the lag. Spiderling is clearly taking damage. Is that where my pet is standing? Wow. The lag is real. How many people are in here? Oh, there are 502 players in this zone. 502 players. Could you imagine if there were 500 players in an EQ zone? Or a WoW zone? 500 players. Just a free weekend? Yes, Kay, this is the free weekend. Oh, it's a bag. It doesn't go there. Oh, we have bundled scrap. Wait. What's this for? That's for a quest. You're new. Down. If you'd like to assist me with another matter, read this list. Return to me with the materials. Except for the pelt. That's a personal matter I loathe wear. Wait, who's... Bundled scraps. Isn't that's for the shifty gnome, right? I think that's for the shifty gnome. I didn't know we did another... Where's my pet? Uh-oh. Lag is real. Gloves again? Rude. Don't have a use for gloves. Where is my pet? We gotta get out of the zone. I gotta zone over. Oh, actually, hang on. We gotta stay interested and get another bag. Oh no, it's a bag. Well, I guess we're getting the spellbook back out. I don't want to buy another belt pouch because that's going to take up even more space. Look at all the people, man. That's cool. That's a cool looking... Stream just kicked me again, even though I'm live. I don't know what's going on, chat. Hey, how you feeling? Right on. I don't know if you're interested, but it is the Monsters and Memories open weekend. I don't know if you saw my message, but I don't know if you had any interest in looking at it or not, and it's cool if you don't. Yeah, so what's the word? Did you have like the flu, the cold? I mean, like... Hey, Solus, how long does playtest last? I believe Monday. Yeah, thanks, Scuffed. Yeah, it's Monday. What tune to make? I know, Necro, what tune to make? You gonna roll into the Necro? What if I do a different class? What if we roll... What should we roll? What if we roll an Inquisitor? That's another tank type, right? Why don't we try an Inquisitor? That sounds awful. So, can you fix it? Can you counteract it? Do you got breathing exercises? New character. Alright, let's go... Who uses Inquisitor? Human uses everything, right? Only human. Okay, only human. I'm only human. Randomized appearance. That looks pretty good. Well, no, for an Inquisitor, let me think. What's an Inquisitor look like? Wouldn't be battle weary. Why not? That'll work. We'll do it for the stash. Okay, stats. I don't even know what an Inquisitor uses. Well, I am sorry to hear that, but I hope everything improves ASAP. What does an Inquisitor use? Do we use intelligence? If it's a fighter and enchanter type thing? No. Yeah, you have to go to monstersandmemories.com. And then when you open the main page, up at the top, click on play, and then on the next screen along the top, the third option should say download launcher. Inquisitus. Let's use a Z. Why not? I don't know what to use for stats, man. I mean, intelligence is one of his next highest. So is charisma. 1, 2, 4. It should say download launcher. Why not? All right. Agile, nope. Brawn, nope. Charisma, become charismatic. That's a temp thing, right? Cold resistant. Corruption. Dexterity. It should be right. Like when you just off the main page, once you hit the play link at the top, it should automatically open up with the black screen. You should see. Yeah, you should. No problem. Magic resistance, maybe? Inquisitor uses stamina as main, then int, charisma, strength, and dex. Okay, snaps. We'll do that. Why not? That's fine. Magic resistant, we'll take it. Abjurer, Alterer, Bludgeoner, Channeler. And starts at 5. Field block. Inquisitor. Defender, maybe? Shield man? Does an Inquisitor use a shield? How about a druid? Yes, Necro, you should roll a druid. Crush, did you hear about EverQuest Legends? I did. It sounds interesting, but it's not my cup of tea. The idea of multi-classing in EQ, I'm not with it. The 3-person group or 4-person group, 8-person raid, yeah, it doesn't appeal to me. It sounds perfectly fine for those who are interested in the hero's journey server type stuff, because that's pretty much where it came from. I'm fairly certain they went to court, they won their case, and part of it was, hey, now that we've won the case, we want to be able to use your stuff to do our own server, do our own thing, and poof, here you are with what is inarguably THJ Junior. So, those who want it and like it, have at it, but I won't be playing it. I don't have any interest in jumping on that server, even for an evening. The multi-class turns me off. Multi-class is for Dungeons & Dragons 2.5, and that's it. And Rift. And Star Wars Galaxies. But that's it. Oh, actually, it wasn't even Star Wars Galaxies. That wasn't 3. That was 3 different classes that you leveled up individually. Yeah, never mind. Point being, it sounds cool and it sounds fun for those who want that. I don't want that. Not at all. I don't know what to expect from this guy. Inquisitor is an enchanter fighter. I would think an Inquisitor would use like a... I picture an Inquisitor as a flail and a shield. Like a Crusader? Nah, that's not right. Rell. R-E-L-L-E. I'm going to try an Inquisitor, which is a fighter enchanter mix, apparently. It's a tank. Can't believe I'm stuck here trying to figure out what to take. We'll go Defender. Fast metabolism. Endurance is increased by 25. Food goes down faster. Underwater capacity by 200. Endurance is decreased. Trade skill goes up by 5. Food slower. Endurance decreased. Food. Or trades, I mean. The issue of old games. Too many choices? Yes. Non-combat. Alchemist, blacksmith, brewmaster, carpenter, chef, disenchanter, enchanter, fisherman, fletcher, herbalist, jewel crafter, leather worker, medicine merchant, miner, smelter. Start with a mining pick and a pouch. Guessing an Inquisitor wears plate. Tinkering. Wonder what tinkering makes. We haven't seen tinkering yet. I don't even know where to get tinkering. It is a plate class? Let's go mining. We'll keep it simple. We're more than likely not going to stick with the class, but we'll... Okay, choose faith. So we have agnostic, travelers. Nope. God of war. Nope. Goddess of harvests. Nope. God of death. Nope. Fertility. Druids, healers, herbalists, midwives. Midwives is a class? Interesting. Inspiration. Cultist. Nope. Gardeners, halflings. Soldiers, strategists. No. God of war. I mean, I guess if anything was going to be worthwhile, we could go agnostic. Why not? We're an Inquisitor. That sounds like it should have a faith of some sort. Airdrell it is. Can't start in Phalandraw, or can we? Oh, we can. We haven't done Phalandraw. Nah, I like Night Harbor. Yeah. Alright, here we go, chat. Level 1 Inquisitor. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Which games like this, at all the systems, but only change, would be solo-focused? Did you pick a class? Do you know what class you want to try? Okay. Well, with the Beastmaster, my understanding is all of the races that can be a Beastmaster, I believe, have their own unique pet. I don't know what the pets are. You'd have to roll one, jump in, get the pet, and then see what it was, I think. But I believe you get 2 lesser pets, I think, that can tag along with you, or maybe they're temporary. I'm not 100% certain, but I know I've seen Beastmasters run around with up to 3 pets. Alright, so let's get our skills. Now that's entirely up to you. There are no specific bonuses or benefits to picking the different races in that respect that I know of. Interesting. Okay, so we have our survival skills, which go down here. Let me ask real quick. Hey chat, does anybody know what stats the Beastmaster should focus on? I don't play a Beastmaster. Or I've never played one. Master Jafar Jaim awaits your arrival at the Spellbinder's Spire in Sage. Oh, it's on the other side of town. Oh, it starts me on the other side of town. Okay, hang on a second. You'll know you're close when you see the wizard tower looming overhead. Use the translocation devices beneath the tower to reach the spire. Oh, okay. It was on one of the levels. Shaman light, so strength whiz. I'm being told that you treat the Beastmaster like a shaman, kind of, and you go strength wisdom. Okay. I'm going to go see my trainer real quick. If you press I and open your character sheet, you should have a page in your inventory. If you right-click the page, it should pop up and tell you who you're supposed to see. We have to find Jafar. Why do I feel like I'm in Aladdin? Spellbinders of the Spire. Missing something here? Here we go. Spellbinders. Okay, so we need Jafar. Sounds to me like you found your race. Cordelius, what do you say? Nope. Nope. You trust me, you and 400 people are the exact, like, yeah, this is not Pantheon. And it's the same. EQ back in the day had no map also. The problem is this world is much larger with the zones that it has right now. So again, it's going to be like Pantheon. You're going to want to find waypoints or points of interest, like certain towers or buildings if you're in town. And you're going to have to try... Like, it took me a minute to figure stuff out, and I still don't know where everything is in the city. But I know where the bank is, I know where the cook is to sell stuff, I know where the forge is. That's really all I care about on the character that I'm playing. As far as the rogue, I don't know where the lamplighters are. There's Jafar. Okay, let's give Jafar a note. Alright, Jafar Jayam examines the note and smiles broadly. Very well met. You have arrived safely, and I am indeed who you seek. Welcome to the Spellbinders of the Spire. The desert grows more dangerous by the day. You have arrived none too soon. I am sure we will get better acquainted in the days to come. However, you must be tired, so I will delay your introduction to your trainer no longer. As an aspiring inquisitor, you will be under the tutelage of Petra Guile. Deliver your note to her, and she will get you started. Petra Guile. Deliver your note to Petra Guile. Well, I was trying not to use my light source this early, but... Petra Guile. Oh, we were already here. Yeah. Petra Guile. Where is Petra Guile? Oh, nope. You don't answer. Okay. You'll be under the tutelage of Petra Guile. Your note to started. Anything that might mention your blank increases by blank, and then there's another line for percentage, that's an ability that you would pop when you needed it. So if you needed like 5% extra stamina, you would pop the ability, get your 5% stamina, and that could be used if you were running or traveling. I would probably try and focus on something that would benefit the character itself as opposed to the percentages, but you are free to pick whatever you want to pick. I haven't messed around with the percentages because they don't appeal to me, but you might love them. Okay, we know where Cornelius is. Petra must be on vacation. Oh, there's a door here. Never mind, she's probably over here somewheres. That's a spell blade. Petra. I found you, Petra. I found you. I would experiment, just because I have no knowledge of how that class operates. Okay, what does Petra say to us? Petra Guile folds the note and slides it under her belt, revealing an elegant sword on her hip. Welcome to Night Harbor, recruit. You may have just arrived, but we've got lots of work to do. Let's start by training you on how to traverse this dusty sprawl of a city, while also getting some work out of you. Petra Guile hands you an ornately carved glowing orb. Tell me, are you familiar with Tyrellian seer stones? No. I am not familiar. Oh, she's not targeted. Cat? What just happened? Am I dead? Oh no, I got... Well. This is, stuck work? You want to rewind? Yes. You move your character back to the last valid position. What's that, chat? We're doing it over again and creating a new character again? Sure. What was that again? I would go with the first. I would go with the vision. That pink will take you back up. Over there? Like, this is under the... I'm under the world. That's under the city. It's like Pantheon. When you load into Pantheon, you see all the water before you see anything else. Shaded means that you're in shade. So it's probably nighttime or you're inside a building. So that means when you're not out in the sun, your food and drink isn't burning down faster. I would say for the amount of time you're going to be in here over the weekend, I probably wouldn't take herbalism. So go the fletching. I can't get out. Wait, is that a ramp right there? What? Never mind. Never mind. Never mind, chat. Never mind. We're doing it over. Redo. Redo. We just fell through new water. That's what I just fell through more levels into new water. That's what just happened there. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're doing it over. I am not going to sit here in the evening falling through layers of water. That is not going to be a thing. We're not going to re-roll a character. We'll go back to the character screen and see if we can... It says Night Harbor, so let's see. Let's see if we go... Actually, yeah, let's see if we go back in and we're not in the water. Time to make the bard. What's with all the what? I don't know. What do you mean? Oh, the cats. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I believe those are placeholder graphics, and I believe they might have put those up there during COVID. But yeah. As you can tell, they're very, very neatly clipped JPEGs. You're gonna want to jump into Night Harbor. That's where we all are, and you're not gonna get over to the other side of the continent this weekend. So if you start in Phelan Drill, which you're more than welcome to, you'll be over there with everybody else and not us. For sure. It's just there's no wizard port or what have you this early in the game, or at all. Well, I shouldn't say at all. There is later on. There just isn't right now. Took 5 minutes to kill a rat. Did you pick the druid, Necro? If you pick the druid, I understand, because I tried a shaman and it's the same thing. The shaman took me forever, ever to kill a trash mob. I was like, I don't know if I can do a shaman. I'll be perfectly honest. It took me a long time on a shaman. I think we're stuck, chat, because we logged out under the. We're going to have to start over. My game's frozen. All right, hang on a second, chat. Hang on. Okay, we killed that process, and we're going to start the game again, and we're going to have to roll a new character. But thankfully, we know where to go. And the problem is, I can't even duplicate that, so I don't even know if it's worthwhile to bug it. I mean, I guess I could always reference the stream, I guess. Alright, we'll try logging him in once more before we re-roll. And we'll hope he's on top of the city. Okay, we're in the water. So, let's petition for a GM. I don't want to bother them. They're probably freaking out over the server status currently. We'll just restart. I'm not gonna impose on a GM for this. We're level 1 for frig's sakes. Going to risk making a new Inquisitor? I know, right? Yes. We're gonna go ahead and make a new Inquisitor, and we're gonna try not to randomly click on something and see what happens. Yeah, that's exactly it, Scuffed. I'm like 5 minutes away from where we are. There's no point in me petitioning to be moved. We'll leave appearance the same. I think all these stats went to 21, right? What else did I do? 30? I don't remember. It's good enough. For this we went the magic resistant. May as well. Add trait. Here we went defender. Over here we went artisan. Over here we went miner. And then faith we chose Bradrill. Went to Light Harbor. Jumped in. I guess we'll put it there. That gives us a view of that and that. And There. Excuse me. Anxious tank. That must be another Inquisitor. Oh, Petra's right there. Who are you? Well met. How may I be of assistance? I have no idea. Okay. This is not the way. Excuse me. Well, sir. Oh, you gotta wait for the lag. Okay. Okay. Alright. Hands off. I gotta wait till the lag adjusts. Or doesn't. It worked. I gambled. Whatever. Are you familiar with Tyrellian seer stones? You have two hotbars. There's the one over on the right and the one down below. The one down below is for your innates, and the other ones go over on your right. Okay, you might not have it with... Okay, what did she say? So, your skills that you use in combat and whatnot, the ones down below are utility. Like you'll see crafting, survival, campfire, and torch. Crafting, survival, if you click on that, it'll open up a crafting survival window that will show you a series of items, and then when you click on the items, the color range indicates the difficulty, and then if you click on an item on the left, it'll show you what you need to make it. So for example, to make 2 cloth bandages, you need 1 cloth scrap. A cloth scrap comes from cloth armor that's been broken down, or any mob that would typically wear cloth clothing has a chance to drop cloth scraps. With that said, the campfire down at the bottom, you need to have 8 wood to put a campfire down. That involves wood cutting, so you'd have to go to the lumberjack trainer and pick up a wood axe, and then you'd be able to go out and chop down trees. Then what you do is when you're out in the field, you can use 8 logs to create a campfire. When the campfire is put down, anybody in close proximity can get warmed by it, but also they earn a rested experience bonus. I think it's like 5% extra to XP. So whenever you see a campfire out in the world and you see players sitting around it, you can go to anybody's campfire. And what you want to look for is in the top right-hand corner of your screen, you'll see things like shaded, sheltered, and rested. The rested tells you that you have that buff. Every time you log in now for the next 4 days, the first thing you should do is find a campfire, sit there to get your 20 minutes, and then go out and kill stuff. And then when it gets low, find another campfire and refill it to 20 minutes. You're not going to be able to afford any crafting stuff or harvesting stuff at the moment. You'll have to go out and kill some stuff. And the best tip I can give you is kill everything you can, regardless of where you are, but kill everything you can, grab everything they drop, get it in stacks. So for example, you kill a snake, it drops a snake skin. You put it in your inventory, it might say the snake skin, and then you see a number 1 in the bottom corner. That means that you can stack up to a certain amount of them. I believe it's 20. So keep killing snakes, keep stacking the skins. Kill bats, keep stacking the furs. Your inventory is going to be limited greatly. It's not designed to give you comfortable inventory until further in the game, like level 30. It's crazy. So you're going to have to be smart about what you kill, what you loot, what you get rid of, and what you hold on to based on how far away you are. The other thing is, don't sell anything if you need to anybody with shifty or shady or whatever in the name, because they're going to rip you off. That's their whole shtick. If you go to a shifty gnome, for example, he might buy everything in your inventory, but he's only going to pay you 1 copper for it. But you might find the merchant that wants your stuff for the actual price. Here's the other thing. I know it's going to be a lot of information I'm throwing at you, and you probably don't want to deal with it. There are certain merchants in the game or in the cities that only want certain things. For example, you may find a weaponsmith, you may find a general merchant, you may find a bag merchant, you may find somebody who sells leather or leather stuff. You might have leather stuff in your inventory. You might have a rusty longsword. You go to sell the rusty longsword to the leatherworking merchant, he doesn't want it. You go and sell the rusty longsword to the general merchant, he doesn't want it. You're like, what am I supposed to do with this? Lo and behold, if you go over to the smithing area, you'll find a weaponsmith, and they'll buy your rusty sword. Now, most of the trash loot that drops in the courtyard to start can be sold to the cook. Now, when you're out in the courtyard and you turn around and look at the city, there are 3 entrances. There's what's considered the north gate, which is furthest to your left. There's the west gate, which is right in the middle. And there's the garrison gate, which is off to the right. It's a giant gated portcullis type structure. The bank that you want is on the left at the north gate. When you run to the north gate, you'll see the bank when you enter, and to the right of that, you'll see the inn. Run through the inn entrance, and when you get to the other side, turn to the right. When you turn to the right, you'll see an innkeeper ahead of you, but if you keep turning right to face the wall, you'll see a doorway you can step into with cooking people. There's a cooking merchant, a cooking trainer, and cook. Oh, sorry. I'm for For the sake of this conversation, North Gate is the left gate, but North Gate is actually a different gate in the other opposite side of the city. When I was just corrected, but you're not going to worry about that because we're not going to use that unless I take you guys over there. So when you go into the inn and you turn the corner, you're going to look for the cook. It just has cook as his name. He'll take most of your yard crap from you and give you what the proper amount of money would be. So the best thing I can tell you to do, if I'm not around for whatever reason, kill what you can in the courtyard, stack it, and then sell it to the cook, and that will give you money where you can start to pick up things like pouches or a mining pick or a woodcutting axe, and then go out and do that stuff and so on and so forth. And I know it sounds weird throwing all this, but all of this you have to explore and uncover. Nobody holds your hand in this game. However, with that said, one thing this game has that EQ didn't have is a journal. So if you press J, you should open up a giant book on your screen. Any NPC you talk to in the game that gives you any sort of information at all, whether it's a quest, whether it's a piece of lore or whatnot, their name will show up on the left side of that journal, and their dialogue will show up on the right, so you can reference it at any time. You don't have to worry about following the chat window like we used to do back in EQ. Yeah, thanks, Scuffed. I've only ever heard it called North Gate, but you're right. North Gate is the gate up here by the casters that takes you out towards Sungreet or what have you. So what do they call that other gate then? Do people just say bank? I can't tell a new person to go to the bank entrance. They're not going to know what that is. I guess I just say left gate? You know what? We'll just say left gate. We'll say left gate, middle gate, and right and garrison. Good enough. Problem solved. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. Nope, that's perfectly fine, man. We're going to call it left, center, garrison. I'm going to leave it at that. Don't care. Nobody correct me. I'm sticking with it. Until I don't. Okay, what am I supposed to do with her? She asked us if we knew the stones. I said no. Petrogyle says these stones are magically imbued. They enable us to see through minor illusions and masking spells, which leads me to your task. There are 3 travelers from East Him who have been gathering at the Shaded Bloom Inn. You'll recognize them by their black garb and the thin silver chains they wear around their waists. Identify them and follow them. 2 of them have been reported to wander the streets, making brief stops at nondescript locations. With the Seer Stone, look closely at the areas where they stop. There are fixing spikes that you'll need to pull from the wall. Okay? The 3rd traveler never leaves the inn, but we're not sure why. Follow him as well, but if he doesn't affix the spikes anywhere, take them from him. Spire authorizes the use of force. Fill the bag with all the spikes and return to me. Okay. Let's go find some spikes. And just like EQ style, they're sending us all the way over to the other side of the city. How rude. Where am I going? What's up here? Nothing. Oh. Well. How far down are we? We survived that? What's down here? Let's go. There we go. Oh. Can't survive that, though. YOLO. Okay. What about now? I feel like now we can make it. Hey, look at that. Who needs teleport pads? Excuse me. Well, sir. Yeah, North Gate, right there. That's the North Gate. So we have a spell book. So what are we supposed to do with this? Do we equip it? Primary, secondary, we do. Wait, we're supposed to fight somebody, right? If it fails? So black robe, silver chain, gather at the inn. Garrison, Sage Side, Necropolis. Nope. An East Hymnite Traveler. Doesn't look like a silver chain. They're pretty good with their graphics, so I would think we're looking for an actual chain. I don't see... Hmm. Maybe that is the dude. I said there's 3 of them, right? The other 2 might be patrolling. I think the journal said 2 of them patrol, 1 of them stays still. Guy seems to be staying still. Okay, I activate the stone. Is this the guy we're supposed to attack? Oh god, am I supposed to attack this guy? Bad day. On him. On's evil. Why do I feel like this is not the dude? The 3rd traveler never leaves the inn. We're not sure. I follow him, but if he doesn't affix the spikes, take them from him. So we fight him. Have at you, man. Have at you. Hiya! It's yes, it's ridiculous. Well, didn't loot any spikes. I supposed to do with this? We didn't, I don't know what I'm looking for. Maybe he didn't take, maybe they're random loot? Only a weekend. I mean, you could apply. I can walk you through applying. It only takes a second once you're registered. You just go up to the website again, like when you went to get the launcher. And in the top right where you go to sign in or log in, you just log in. And right up there in the top right where you logged in, after you've logged in, there should be like 3 lines or 3 dots. If you click on it, a little sub-menu should open up, and one of them should say Opt In, OPT. Just click that, it'll register your account, and then over the next, I think, 8 weeks or 9 weeks, every Friday, they're supposed to be sending out, I think, 200 invites roughly. And each of those invites is going to have a friend key. So if you were to get chosen, you'll have an additional key to give somebody else to get them in. So if you wanted to maybe slide it to Bobza or somebody, you could do that as well. Or hubby, or whomever. Yep. In the top right, where your avatar, where your little circle avatar name should be, in the top right of the web page, there should be. Once you've opted in, that's it. You can close the web page and keep playing. And then just check your email associated with that account every Friday. Yeah, so you'll have to go in there and do that. Once that's done, once you're verified, watch your email every Friday, and if your name is drawn, you'll get the code and message in your account. I feel like you're just supposed to turn the orb on. You activate Tyrellian Searstone. The third traveler never leaves the inn, but we're not sure why. Follow him as well, but if he doesn't affix the spikes anywhere, take them from... Okay, so what if he's affixed them in a different location than where he was standing? So we have to turn the orb on, and what if we... Do we walk through and look for spikes on the wall? We may as well look. We have to wait for him to respawn anyways, so we may as well look. Although I feel like the if he doesn't affix spikes, I feel those words feel like he has to be a killed update. Meaning we may have to wait for him again. Open? Oh. Yes. I don't think the updates would be in here, but you never know. How many servers do they have in the actual beta? In the closed beta right now, I believe there are 2. There's beta 1 and beta 2. Everybody's on beta 1, so there's really only one main server for closed beta. The other server I think is PvP. But I have no interest in that. I don't think NPCs open doors either, so it makes me feel like it's not in any of these rooms. Never seen an NPC open a door. Two of them have been reported to wander the streets. Look closely at the areas where they stop. Look closely. Could try /look. You are in Night Harbor. Oh, look only tells you where you are. Interesting. So we need to find East Hymn travelers in black robes. Maybe they like taking baths? Maybe. A blushing bather, a nervous bather. Roaming the streets would tell me they wouldn't go in buildings. Lorinda, what's she doing here? She's out of place. You're supposed to be over at the garrison. Lorinda is the warrior trainer. I don't know where these East Hymn dudes are gonna be. That's a Steel Talon. Why is there a Steel Talon trainee out here? They're supposed to be back by the garrison. I don't think they'd be all the way over here. Pretty sure this is an aggro place. Obler. Huh. I don't recall seeing him last time I was here. Seer Stone is still on. Sojourner, sojourner. Nobody with a black robe out here. It said they roam, right? 2 of them have been reported to wander the streets. I mean, this is not technically a street, so would they be out this far? This is the Necro starting area, by the way. Did it say they all gather at the inn? There are three travelers who've been gathering at the inn. We're gonna have to go back to the inn, I guess. We'll have to go back and wait. I'll never find them if I keep running around the city all day. This dude is still not up. Oh, East Him Traveler. Gonna walk off in a minute. Orb is still on. This guy doing the same thing. Identify them and follow them. / identify a command. By. Unknown. Okay. So we'll wait for them to start moving and then we'll attack the one that doesn't move. Maybe inspect. / inspect thing. / inspect. Him light. Color. Nope, didn't work. I don't want to attack one because I don't want all three of them to jump me. These stones are magically imbued. They enable us to see through minor illusion. Need to pull from the wall. Maybe they walk at night? What time of day is it? 3 p.m. I don't know how long a day is. Well, we can't do anything, chat, until they start moving. They slash hide. Slash serve. Nope. Move the target window down here, though. So I rolled this Inquisitor, which is a fighter enchanter class apparently, and my first starting quest is to find these 3 individuals in town and then wait for them to path and follow them in order to retrieve some items that they leave behind. And I finally found them, but man, I have to stand here now and wait for them to start moving, and I have no idea when they move. Were you able... Lucinda or Lorinda? Okay, so Lorinda Steele is over by the dock. So, did you go into the garrison? Okay, so if you come back down to the main courtyard, you'll see the archer trainer and what have you, and you'll see the fighter trainer in little corrals or whatnot. Then you'll see the big gated gate that you probably came into. However, if you turn 90 degrees, so if you're looking at the big giant gate and you turn 90 degrees to your right, you should see a way to leave the garrison through the back of the city. If you go out that entrance, Lorinda should be standing right there on the side. But be inside the garrison, face that giant portcullis or that giant gate, and then turn right 90 degrees. And you should see a way to exit and go further into town without opening any doors. Run through that giant opening, and right there on the left-hand side, she should be standing there. She's out of place for some reason. She's supposed to be standing in the corral with the fighter trainers, but for some reason, she's moved outside. I don't know if she aggroed somebody and ran after them, or if it's something to do with lag, but she's not in her right place. We turn this off and then turn it on? We do this. If we do this and then turn it on? No, it didn't do anything. Alright, I guess we're waiting. This Tullivar's doing the same thing. This may have been a bad decision, chat. Okay, so run to the giant gate and turn and face it. Yes. Turn right 90 degrees, and you should be looking at the fighter trainers across the other side of the courtyard. Yes, just to the right of that, you should be able to exit that area. Somebody moved her. We hail them? Hail. An East Hymnite traveler ignores you. He turned towards me. Hail. He ignores me. Hail. He ignores me. Interesting. That guy turned around and these two didn't. Oh, there you go. The library is going to be through the entrance. If your face, oh, how can I explain this? If you're in the corral looking at her, the doorway off to the left at what would be 10 o'clock, I think, is where you step in and you run down the hall and look through the second doorway. It's not the quartermaster's office. It's on the other side, and there should be a blue shield or something over the entrance. But you run down the hall 2 doors, and when you turn to the right, you should see bookcases. That's the library. You picked a Beastmaster or a fighter? You're going to all the same places I go in the fighter. That's interesting. I was puzzled when you said Lucinda, because I'm like, Lorinda's the fighter NPC, but I guess she does the Beastmaster also. When you go to the huh? You are It might have been when you were looking to select your race class combo, maybe you clicked like the appearance and the faith or the whatever, and you clicked something on the far left which would have changed your class to fighter from Beastmaster. Because an ogre can be both. So the race was... Oh. They're not moving, man. Am I gonna Am I gonna re-roll another class? Is that what's gonna happen here? Another week goes by, no code. Aw, sorry to hear that, Baker. I mean, you do have the free weekend till Monday, so if you're not already in game. Okay, Relic. True, true. Although, I mean, you could, if you haven't jumped in to play through the game yet, you have to make room, which means you gotta destroy something. Yep. The dude in the library, you have to give him the note. And then he'll talk to you and he'll give you items. One of them should be a list. You'll have to right-click the list and it should have some items that you need to collect. You might not have had inventory space. They are two separate items, so if you have any junk items in your inventory, you're going to have to get rid of them from your main 8 spot. Like, keep your food, keep your drink. I think your candle's already equipped. Yeah, just drop 2 things, and then talk to him again, and he should give you the charcoal and the parchment. Necro gets a res, does 100%, but then the target dies after 1 minute being res. Wait, what? Did you do everything the quest said so far? It seems like the quest isn't progressing properly. Yeah, it says, are you familiar with the seer stones? I said no. Then she said, these stones? Looks like a little black ball. Make sure it's not in your mouse cursor. Do you have an empty inventory slot? You should. What if you hit shift, if you hold shift and hit B, shift B to open up all your bags, did it start you with a bag? There you go. Now, worry about that last. Get the other 3 updates, and when you've got them, let me know, because I'll have to help you with that 4th one. The other 3 should just be kill quests out in the courtyard. These stones are magically imbued. They enable us to see through minor illusions and masking spells, which leads me to your task. Now, it's on currently. It's off? It's on. I just went and aggroed all 3 of them. What's Dummy doing? Does he not know how to read? He doesn't know how to read. Anyhow, there are 3 travelers from East Him who have been gathering at the inn. 3 travelers. Inn. You'll recognize them by their black garb and the thin silver chains they wear around their waists. Identify them and follow them. Identify doesn't work as a command, observe doesn't work, look doesn't work, hail doesn't work, watch doesn't work. So it says identify them and follow them. We've identified them. Now we're waiting for them to move so we can follow them. And there is not. There is a spell at level 9 called Speed of the Wild, which is the same thing as Spirit of the Wolf from EverQuest. 2 of them have been reported to wander the streets. 2 of them haven't started. What is this guy doing? He's wrecking the quest. Sucks to be you, buddy. Doofus. What you doing? I should tell this guy he needs to learn to read. They're not gonna trigger if they keep aggroing him. Yes, there you go. There you go. Kill him, wipe and reset. Kill him, wipe and reset. Wait a minute. You just cast a spell? What level's that dude? Level 1. I don't have a spell. Now we gotta wait for them to reset. Oh, I should have picked a different class. So anyways, it says here 2 of them have been reported to wander the streets, making brief stops at nondescript locations. So what that tells me is 2 of them are going to stop multiple times throughout the city. We have to go to each location with the orb turned on, and we're going to see spikes on the wall. Wherever we see the spikes, we're supposed to pick up the spikes. The third one, if he doesn't put spikes down, we're supposed to kill him. What was that, sorry? It's the 51%. It's whoever gets the most damage. Oh, that dude's messed it. They're not pathing. They're aggro. My goodness, man. Like I don't understand why people can't read. Okay, they turned around. Reset. Reset. Come on, reset. That dude's taking damage. What's he fighting now? Yep, they're aggro. It's gotta be the lag that has... The campfire buff is only beneficial when you decide to go out and kill stuff. If you're working on quest turn-ins right now, not so much. But if you're going to go out and start killing stuff, yes, go to the campfire and get the rested bonus. It caps out at 20 minutes. So sit there until you got 20 minutes of it, and then go out and start killing. Yes, there are some... Okay, so it's created campfires or crafted campfires. If there's a static campfire in the city that is there permanently all the time, that doesn't work. It has to be one that a player created and dropped down in the world. So in a lot of cases, when you're in the city, sitting at the gates is a good place to find a campfire. Either the gate down by the bank, the gate in the middle, or the gate over by the garrison. Typically, somebody has a campfire down. If you run out into the courtyard or into the front beginning of the zone and you see a campfire in the distance, or what looks like a campfire in the distance, run over to it because that could be one as well. Oh, now they've disappeared and we... Kellogg's has cornflakes, chat. I was really looking forward to doing this, but I always want to do the starting quest. I know you can sit there and go, why don't you go out and kill some stuff? No, it's not the point. There's nothing to do with the experience. Yeah, okay. Go get your other 3 updates. Save that one for last. That one we're going to have to go out together because that's slightly higher mobs, and it's tricky because you have to use a text command to get the update. Oh, these guys aren't resetting. What's that? I've been calling it Dr. Doom's Fortress. One of my Pantheon people chat just noticed Dr. Doom's Fortress for the first time. They don't seem to have a target. Didn't they have a target? Did you ever play EverQuest? So when you go to the Desert of Roe, just outside Freeport, you find crocodiles and caimans. Same thing here. When you go outside the city here by the water, there's water behind the garrison. You'll find crocodiles and caimans. There are further out. This game is EverQuest with a different coat of paint. It's ridiculous how, I mean, the run speed buff in this game is Speed of the Wild, SOW, as in Spirit of the Wolf, SOW. Like, it's uncanny. Like, the main dude. My understanding is, if I'm not mistaken, the main dude was part of the EQ team. That's where the inspiration comes from for EverQuest with this game. So it is EQ, but it's a different coat of paint. Everything is text commands. You have to type stuff to get responses out of people. You can walk up and hail them, they'll say something, and then you'll have to try and come up with an answer. And hopefully your answer triggers dialogue. Where are those travelers? Did they go further out in the zone? If I can get one, I'll just kill it. See what happens. They may have reset. I don't see them. Alright, we'll go back. Go back and check this. Patience, patience, patience. All we need is just a little patience. Good song, by the way. Fantastic album. Probably one of the greatest rock albums ever done. Every song's a banger. Hey, Suki waves at Inquisitus. I see you, Necro. I didn't see that action until just now, so I don't know when you typed it, or when you animated. Oh, they didn't reset. Where are they? Man, people gotta ruin everything, chat. People gotta ruin everything. People are people, man. People keep people. 'Cause, 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 I can only hope they're still out here in the courtyard. If I don't find them out here in the courtyard, we're rolling a different class. This people be peopling. They're back on that dude again. Okay, I'm gonna send him a tell. Hey. Is there any chance you could zone out a sec, set those travelers? They'll be on you. They'll zone. I don't even know if I should type this, because that's another Inquisitor trying to get the update. You know what? I'm not going to type that. He's still in zone. That traveler still has full health. My guess is they're out here somewheres. If I had to guess, he would run further out from the area. He's off the list. Did he zone? / who? Great. Nope, he's still in the zone. Where are they? Is that a shaman? It is. What's the command for the moss? He's going to be standing there for a long ass time. What's the command for the moss? Is it take moss? Oh, he might have got it. You mouse over the item and hold your right click for 3 seconds. And then if you move your mouse and let go afterwards, the window will stay up and you can move it around or take your time or what have you. Hey, Ovidius. What's a good place to start at? Most people have started over here at Night Harbor. However, if you want a shot at actually killing stuff and getting into the beginning of the game, you might want to pick Faithdrail or Faithendale, whatever it's called, which is over where the elves are. But a lot of people typically start here in Night Harbor. Now, mind you, there's a lot of people here. A good portion of these people have been here since Alpha, so they know all the tricks here. That's why they started here. But if you want the best chance at getting content, you might want to start over at Fairndrail, whatever it's called. But you could very well come over here to Night Harbor. It's up to you. Somebody hit a guard. See all these henchmen? Somebody ran into an area where they weren't supposed to, and they tagged somebody by accident, and all the guards aggroed. Oh, they're still not here. Okay, we're done. We're rolling a different class, chat. I'm not doing this. This is insane. That dude won't reset aggro. We could always just log in the Necromancer. Nah, I want to try a different class. Maybe we will try a Bard. Oh no, because a Bard, you gotta fidget with stuff with the Bard, right? Run ability. What do we have? Archer, Bard, Beastmaster, Cleric, Druid, Elementalist, Enchanter, Fighter, Inquisitor, Monk, Necromancer, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Shadow Knight, Shaman, Spellblade. Do a Shaman, maybe. Yeah, so Baker, because this is an open weekend, there's a different set of servers. They have two sets of servers. There's the open servers and the closed servers. The closed servers right now are turned off, so I can't get into my regular tunes. The only servers active right now are the open servers. So when you roll a character today, tomorrow, Sunday, or Monday, your character's only going to be on these servers. So when the weekend goes away and the closed servers come back, your character won't be there until the next open session if they have one. I'm sure they'll have one between now and June. But the characters you roll here, like you really only just want to get a feel for the game with this weekend. You don't really want to dedicate doing serious stuff because you won't have enough time. Unless you plan on staying up, 72 hours. We want to stay on this side of the continent because that's where our people have rolled. What do we do? Human can be everything, right? We're not going to get very high in level. An elementalist. What does an elementalist do, chat? Is that a pet class? That's the pet class, right? That's the magician? It's the mage, right, okay. Nobody rolled a healer. Maybe we roll a shaman? Roll a shaman. We'll do a shaman. What do we have for shamans? Can we have a goblin shaman? We can. Why so serious? Okay, stats. Wisdom, dexterity, really? Okay. Why would a shaman need agility? And why is agility its highest stat? Alright, whatever. Shaman. Wisdom. Baraka. Yeah. Baraka. Right, exactly. Baraka. Let's do what wisdom? If heals are dictated by wisdom, which I believe they are, that might actually be worthwhile for better heals. Why not? Alright, so this is a goblin that's wise. Abjuration. Protects allies from elemental damage. Is that buffs? Alteration spells heal and enhance allies and hinder enemies. Okay, alter. Well, are you seeing a name that's wrong? People are, yeah. You start with an available cantrip slot. Oh yeah, we want readiness, right. And then, Shaman, I mean, we're not gonna get too far into this. So, Shaman, I think, does alchemy with herbalism, right? We'll go herbalist. Not that we use it, but Fraggle Maggot. Fraggle Schmaggot? Kind of like shaman. I say this because we have a Goblin Necro on the other server who's called Fraggle Maggot. Thinking Fraggle Schmaggot. Fraggle Schmaggot? Why not? It's a goblin name. Agnostic. Permanax's Plagues, that's what we want. No, wait, we're being a shaman, right? Druids, Healers, Herbalists. Rel. Okay. Suits the server. Night Harbor. Create. In we go. Get rid of the sack. It doesn't stack. It's not worth holding on to. What is your tune's name? Fraggle Schmaggot is me. I have a Necro on the other server called Fraggle Maggot. Just because Fraggle for being a small creature and then Maggot for, you know, death and maggots and whatnot. And then I made this guy as a shaman and I was like, how am I going to tell the difference? I said, I'll just put SH in the middle. Okay, heal. We will put... What heal? Okay. Berserker Spirit is our buff, right? Bribe. Okay. We have that, we have that. Shaman is going to be the dude in the back, right? Wait, what could this mean? Perhaps I should visit the Secret of the Lost Island. That makes sense. Doesn't have a name? Okay. I know where to go, but I don't know who I'm supposed to see. Oh, of course they start you at the other side of the... Okay. That's rude. We do some first person? We'll do some first person. Excuse me. Wait, that's the garrison. That's the park. Now, it didn't say who to see here, but if I'm not mistaken, I want to say it's Roshan first. I could be wrong, though. Roshan carefully reads the note. Come, child, that must have been a frightening dream. I cannot help you, but Errol Shrew-Tender can. Okay, Errol's up here. Reads the note, pauses to read. You've had a strange dream, and it sent you here? Shrew-Tender ponders the note for another moment, then looks to you. This dream is quite unusual, but it is not something to fear. Rather, it is something to embrace. You have a gift, Fraggle Schmaggot. You possess an extraordinary power that allows you to peer into the looming darkness, a power known to few and harnessed by even fewer. To harness this power is a grueling path, but it is one which will bring you insight into the true nature of Ether. We received Dusty Tunic and a Spirit Pouch. Spirit Pouch, Dusty Tunic. It is not much, but wear this tunic proudly to mark yourself as an initiate of the Seekers of the Lost Eye. And this is your Spirit Pouch. I was given one as an initiate myself many years ago. Bring it to Masume. She will give you your first task. Masume, Masume. Masume stares at the pouch for a little longer than expected. Welcome to our order. Masume gives you a warm smile, though something is clearly on her mind. It's customary for all shamans inducted into the order to prepare for their becoming ritual. That pouch of yours contains some very special magic. With the proper reagents, you can get a head start on your preparations. You'll need some moondew moss, a fire beetle gland, and 2 bone chips. Place them inside your pouch and crush them together to combine them, then bring it back to me. If you have trouble finding any of these, don't hesitate to ask. Moondew moss. Where do I find? Tell me about Moondew moss. Why are you not talking to me? There we go. Moondew moss tends to grow on moist stone. Perhaps an old well might have some, but make sure you're looking for it at night. It doesn't flower during the day and won't be any good to us if the buds are closed. Okie dokie. So we go. Time of day is it? 6 a.m. Well, nuts. Okay, perfect. I will be with you momentarily. I have to wait till nighttime for one of my updates, but I'm going to go get the other 2 now. And then I will meet you outside. Fire beetle gland and 2 bone chips. Okay. This might be tricky. Quite the view at my height, I know, right? It's almost like I'm crawling on the ground. Should we go to the necropolis for our bone chips? Probably. We're more than likely not going to find them out front. Oh, let's buff. Oh, actually, now that I think about it. Keybinds? No, options. Interface. No, that's not it. This. Where was I going, chat? Necropolis. Actually, you know what? I'll help her first. Okay, are you out in the courtyard? Is that over by the ruins? Nope, nope, nope. If you turn and look away from that, that leads to a dungeon. If you turn and look away from that and leave him, like run away from him, to your left you should see like a pillar. Kind of looks like the Washington Monument. Okay, if you can you target it? I don't think you can target it. Type this slash rub. Oh, hang on. I'll put it in group. And yes, you probably never would have got that. Okay, you can put it in the bag, combine it, and turn it in. Let's go see if we can find... Oh, actually... Oh, we got our rested bonus. Wait, how did I get the rested bonus already? Looks like a page. We need a skeleton. What is happening? Primus, yo, dude. You back in M&M now? What's happening? Thanks for the raid. Hope you guys are doing well. We're helping some Pantheon people get broken into the game, just to give them a peek. So if you look in the bottom right of your UI, you should see the commands window has like auto attack, disband, look, sit. In the very bottom right. So if you go over to the arrows next to commands and start clicking on them, you'll see different buttons that pop up. You'll see. So when we had that, we had no idea what to... And then one of the players that I was talking to gave me a hint and didn't tell me outright what it was, and then I figured it out. But nothing in the game tells you that, so... We need a skeleton... Oh, I thought something hit me. Love to see it. Right on. Very excited for the big Pantheon update. Dude, I went over the war... I don't know if you know, but they released the quote-unquote warrior blueprint. So if you haven't, feel free to look it over. I went over it at the start of the stream. I'm not going to say... Gotta be careful here. I'm not going to say I'm excited for what they have planned. I'm definitely interested. But there's an ability that if I'm understanding it correctly, there's an ability that I really don't like. But that's neither here nor there. we won't know anything until the reset happens, so I'll test it then, but it seems pretty interesting what they're doing with the warrior as far as the bastion and warlord trees are. And yes, I shouldn't be in first person, but I am. I just felt like going into first person. Man, that sun's a bit of a nuisance. I think I need shades. Did that not go off? That didn't go off. Here we go. But yeah, the so-called warrior blueprint came out today on their site. So for anybody who's interested, if you hit their site up and scroll down to their newest update, you'll see they've done a warrior blurb. The paladin and dire lord blurbs are coming next week. You'll be playing warrior after the wipe, so you'll have to take a look for sure. What are you gonna? You gonna go defense? You're gonna go offense? Oh, wait a minute. There's a plant there. I can harvest that, right? Can I dual wield? No, I can't. I don't think that warrior's standing there. You'll be doing Bastion? Gotcha. I'd be interested to get your input when you've read it over. What's that? Oh, yeah. Need a skeleton. This is bad. I should probably go. We should probably go to the necropolis. Probably shouldn't be out here trying to get a skeleton. Everything will be dead. How many people are in zone now? 441. There was 508 earlier. We'll go to the necropolis. This isn't going to work. I'll be out here all night trying to find skeletons. It's so cool to see all the people, man. We are so low to the ground. Okay. Someone's selling 39 low-quality jackal pelts? Oh my goodness. That's a lot of pelts. All right, Primus, have a good night, man. Brewologist? That was that dude's name? What's a fourfold adept doing down here? Man, mobs have been in the weirdest places tonight. I don't know if it's the lag. I don't know if people are getting aggro and moving them. Guy's supposed to be up with the monks. There's another one. That was rude. I can't do first person chat. I can't. I think I outgrew it. We're not going to be able to get skeletons here either. You know what? Let me just ask Insane and see what happens. Would anyone happen bone chip bear? Were they trying to sell you a vacuum cleaner? That was going to be my second answer. Oh, we have skeletons down here too, right? It will auto-equip, because you didn't have it in your slot. If you look at your character, you'll have it equipped. This game uses a breastplate and a shirt slot. Or chest and shirt, I should say. My goodness, I am not hitting this guy. There we go. Well, we'll take the mantle. Not what we're looking for, but we'll take it. Skeletons up here either. Which means they've already been killed and we're waiting for respawn. Guess we'll fight some stuff while we're waiting then. I haven't gotten that far into it. That's all you. You should. It does. Okay. There's one bone chip. Could be our second one, I hope. Time of day is it? 12 p.m. Oh, we have a half hour? Half hour till nighttime, I think. You're gonna aggro, aren't you? Oh no, you didn't aggro. Now we need to go get a, what was it, a fire beetle eye, right? Fire beetle gland. Well, that's nighttime. Those two are at nighttime. Okay, so we're just killing till nighttime. Don't really have a rat tooth. Get rid of I just looked at that, I just got rid of it. Oh, never mind. It was bat meat we got rid of. Excuse me. Are these summoned? Yeah, those are the summoned weapons. Dousing water, crushing earth. I mean, hey, if you can craft them, man, I wouldn't mind a mallet. Or craft them, summon them, I mean. You just summoned them. You got your fire pet? Right on. There's level 2. Only 58 levels to go. Donkey? Oh, I keep forgetting. Closest gate would be North Gate. I'm in the necropolis. But I can run out to you. That's fine. Hang on a second. There's 109 in Shaded Dunes. Wow. There's 109 there. There's 430 here. Oh, I just saw your hail. Now, hang on. I gotta delete something before I can take anything from you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. See? I appreciate it. Man, there's so many people here. The other option would be the North Gate. We could check the North Gate. Oh, hey, man. Yeah, have a good evening. Something's wrong with my audio. I don't hear when people join or what have you. So if you, anytime you pop in, I don't hear anything. That might have been it. And anyhow, yeah. Have a good evening. All right, what does this guy buy from us? I think this is our version of the general merchant, right? Might be wrong. That's right, Vec. Good old Fraggle Schmaggot. Fraggle Maggot's on the other server. Oh, yeah. Oh, these red. Wait, can I get out here at level 2? Maybe I can't fight anything. Yellow. That's blue. Rigor smell? Okay. That person is a little laggy. That might be render distance. That's a good hit. Where do you get water? The best place to get it is from the innkeeper next to where the cook is. So if you go to the far left entrance by the bank in the inn, go into the inn and turn right, and you'll see the innkeeper standing behind the bar. He'll have, I think it's rations and water skin. Yeah, he'll have rations and water skin. Oh, we're full. But the weapon's fantastic, man. I appreciate the procs. That's not great. Interrupted heals incoming. Never got 2 weapons on pet. Yes, yes. And later on, I mean, depending on how high you get in level, you'll find items, I believe, that have procs on them that might have a point or two higher damage than what you have currently, which will be fantastic to throw in your pet. I think. Pretty sure. At least that's what I've been told. Uh-oh, running out of space. Oh, it's 5 p.m. It's getting close to evening. Let's sell. Get out to the well, see if we can get her update. There's some Wormsbane groups looking for people. I could log the Necro in. I think the Necro's 7. Hey, D'Artan. Do they have the Dark Gnomes yet? No, not as of yet. Are the NPCs that hand out armor... Are there NPCs that hand out armor sets? There are quest NPCs. Like, for example, there's an NPC that'll take beetle carapaces to give you random pieces of armor. Well, I shouldn't say random. That'll give you pieces of armor. There's a gnome out in the courtyard here that has a quest that takes 6 cloth. That gets you a random piece of cloth armor. But there's nobody that actually hands out armor. Your starting trainers will give you like a starting item. Typically, it's a chest piece. Like the shaman got the Dusty Spiritist tunic, just for turning in the first quest step. The fighter and the melee get a breastplate. Willimus Prime. Let's pop into the night market real quick and sell this longsword. Excuse me. Now we'll go to the cook, and the cook should buy everything else. We'll go out and try and get the moss. I remember the command. I think it's take, isn't it? Is it take? Yeah, take. Oh, those dudes are back again. Somebody aggroed Halt. Not supposed to be out here. Perfect. Now we just need a fire beetle gland. Oh wait, did we get the bag? We didn't get the bag on this tune yet, did we? No, we didn't. Fantastic. Alright, the spirit pouch is going to be turned in, I believe. Keep that there. Scrap pack should be there. Not much for inventory, but it'll work. Now we just need a fire beetle that nobody else is killing. Boo. Wow, someone's doing steel already? keep forgetting how far ahead alpha people are. Oh, man. Alright, we'll take the carapace. I don't think we need the legs. Well, the legs we could sell. Well, we got an eye for light. Not a gland, though. Regular scare. Mm-hmm. But you feel tired? Yeah, that'll happen, man. You need to be rested. Need to be rested. Find a campfire. Dudes, we need a fire beetle, man. Hey, one lost soul. I just saw you run past me. See, nobody really needs the glands for anything except for the shaman starter. So hopefully even somebody else's fire beetle corpse might have a gland on it. Mm-hmm. If you go to the middle gate, face into the city and run straight to the back. Yep. Yeah, Saltbreeze Park is the exact opposite end of where the front courtyard is. So if you go to the middle entrance in the front courtyard, turn around and run to the back of the city, you'll go right up into Saltbreeze. Come on, do some damage. What are you doing? Well, we have 2 beetle carapaces. We can go to Bolt, or Halt. Turn those in. It'll give us a bowl. Put it in the bank. That's rude. There's the gland. Actually, let's go to Halt and turn in these carapaces. Who else in chat has taken part in the open session this weekend for the first time? What class are you playing, and are you enjoying it? Oh, I guess we don't have storage. Ah, it's small, though. But we should go see about our spells, right? Level 5 cleric and a level 2 bard. Are you on your cleric currently, or are you on the bard, or are you just chilling? I'm trying really hard not to play a healer. I know I'm on a shaman right now. Excuse me. But I more or less chose the shaman just because they get the buffs. That's it. I'm not even sure we're going to take the shaman very far, even on the closed servers. I really only just rolled this guy as a somewhat of a healer, just in case my Pantheon friends don't roll a healer over the next few days. They wanted to take a look at it. We've done just about everything in Pantheon, and okay. They thought it'd be pretty interesting if we all got together to take a look at monsters. Now, I've been playing monsters for a minute. There's a lot of cool stuff in this game as far as hidden quests and whatnot. We did a quest on our fighter main on the closed server involving this area and an NPC that gave us a magic item ring that's actually used to build faction with them so that we can increase our faction with an aggro faction and talk to them and possibly quest through them. But I haven't spent enough time working on the faction. But it was a pretty cool story. Oh, wonderful. It looks like you've successfully made the base for your ritual. Asume smiles at you fondly. I remember when I was preparing for my ritual. Anyhow, there's one more thing that needs to be done before the base is ready. Masume takes out a small bottle, uncorks it, and lets out a few drops of a strange crimson liquid. Upon contact with the acidic base, it begins to foam. Masume hands the pouch back to you. You notice that the leather is somehow sturdier due to the ritual it has just endured. Take this pouch over to my father, Iskander. He'll tell you what to do next. Good luck, Initiate. May the spirits bless you. Iskander. Iskander's not here. Bells. Enfeeble. Wait, what do we have? 112 copper. Minor heal we already have. Those are at level 4. Okay, so I think we can pick up all of these. Okay, with them all, we're gonna be broke again, but that's okay. Somebody accidentally hit the shaman NPCs and died horribly. Ronchito, that had to suck. What's the lore behind Spell Fizzle? EQ. Spell Fizzle is 1000% EQ. 1000%. Some might say 10,000%. It's a lot. I remember going to Temple of Shra back in the day when EQ first launched as being one of 2 clerics that went with the raid, and we set up a 2-person complete heal chain fighting one of the bosses in Temple of Shra. And the fizzles, oh my goodness, the fizzles pretty much meant to wipe. Just one fizzle at the wrong time, and it was a disaster. Wholeheartedly a disaster. You would hope that having built up your magic school skills like alteration, divination, etc., that you wouldn't fizzle, but fizzling could still happen back then. So yes, spell fizzles are real. And it takes a long time to get your skill ups for magic as well, so you're going to be fizzling quite a bit. You're going to be running out of mana multiple times. So, does this open now? Only bags go in there. Okay, so no, it doesn't. Item now. Alright, so we have our spells. Heal is 4, so if we go to do combat... I thought I had more spells. Exhaustion is the slow, right? Yeah. Feeble is the D. What should we open with? I guess we'll open with exhaustion. Buff? And then I think we get more use out of Flame Burst than Spirit Frost. Flame Burst will go third. I'm more comfortable with heal being 4, so we'll go ahead and put Spirit Frost at 5. Then invisibility versus beasts can go over here. Now, because we want the main inventory to hold the larger items, we'll move the food and drink. Actually, we could put it in the bowl, can't we? Even better. That frees up the main slots, which hold all sizes of items. We'll be able to put the stick in. Oh. Okay, so Iskander. I have a feeling Iskander is the dude that's up above, right? We have to go out and up. That's Talnak. There? Gotta remember where it is. I think he's going to give us the next step of this bag quest, but I don't think we're going to be able to do it. I think he gives us updates that involves killing things around level 9. Oh, that's Kurosh. Thought Iskander was out here. Maybe not. He's over here. There he is. Iskander examines the pouch. You have a spirit pouch, but... Iskander looks over you. No. Come back when you're a little more seasoned. You're not ready for what comes next. Okay, so now we need to level. Arthas. There's Suki. We're going to stop here just to get a rested bonus. I see some names from Pantheon. I wonder if they're the same people. Which server do you roll this? We're on Rel. R-E-L-L-E. Yeah, so there are two sets of servers. There's the open servers and the closed servers. The closed servers are turned off right now. The open servers are on. The open servers are the same ones from back in Alpha when they were doing the other weekend tests. So if you had any characters back then on those servers, they're on these servers currently. So Monday, these servers disappear, the closed servers come back. The next time they have an open event, these same servers come back up again. That's why your characters are still here. Anyone know where to get crystallized? That's supposed to be salt? Crystallized salt? I have no idea. Crystallized salt. I can't say I've seen it. I've seen crystals that are by a different name. I can't remember what the name is, but I don't think I've seen crystallized salt before. I would say they come from mining nodes. I would say keep mining nodes. It's for cooking? Is it sold? Have you checked the cooking? Do you know where the cooking people are? See if it's a sold item. I would try mining. I'm pretty sure I've seen crystallized something come from mining nodes. Oh, there's so much more action here. Oh, somebody got him. You find a target and somebody else picks him off. Let me see what's going on over at the coast. fire's almost out here. Egg sales. Oops. Spell. From West Gate. Base. Run. 2 streets. Oh. Right. Forge. Egg. Merchant. To it. Excuse me. Well, we can at least may as well buff these people. When do we get meditate, chat? Does anybody know? Is it level 8? Level 4. Level 4, isn't it? Level 4. Hang on a second, I can look myself. No, I can't. Level 4. Okay, thanks. Good to know. Hey, Lizette. Are you a goblin shaman? Yes. Man, fair enough. Is the chill game? Very. It can get a little hectic with corpse runs, but for the most part, the game in general is it's a somewhat relaxed experience. You need to find a campfire and get the rested buff. Played last year and was addicted. Lizette, I'm going to be honest. I've been playing Pantheon for almost 3 years now, I've been pretty hardcore with it. It's pretty much my main game. I'm waiting for it to come out. I didn't think I was going to get into this game because I've stayed away from EQ for a few years now, and I didn't have any interest in this game. I didn't know anything about this game until about 2 months ago, probably 2.5 months ago now. Then a couple of my viewers had come in and asked if I had any interest in playing the game, and I'm like, I don't know what the game's about. I saw a couple screenshots, realized that it was, EQ-ish, and I was like, uh-oh, I don't want to get involved in another EQ game. That's a bad day. I'm quite the Norathian addict. So I was like, okay, that's interesting, we'll leave it where it is. Anyhow, I didn't know at the time, but one of the devs from whatever the company is behind Monsters and Memories, they came into my channel when I was playing Pantheon one evening, and they enjoyed listening to what I had to talk about Pantheon itself, and they approached me and asked me if I'd ever consider jumping in to test their game. And I said I didn't have it on my radar, I didn't have any interest. I said, but if you want to give me access to go in and test it, I'll jump in and see what I can find. So I got access during closed alpha. I didn't go looking for it. I knew nothing about it. I was approached by them. So I jumped in. I played. No, sorry, I'm lying. I'm getting the story mixed up. I found out about the game from a couple of viewers a couple months ago. That part's true in sequence. There was an open weekend, a Saturday, Sunday. I went and downloaded the game. It was a stress test about 2.5 months ago. I jumped in. I think on that Saturday we tried a fighter. Then on the Sunday we tried other way around. Well, sir. Saturday we tried a necromancer. Sunday we tried a fighter. Sunday evening when I was around level 6 or level 7, I ended up going into Wormsbane Tomb for the first time. Over there. Over there. So we got into the tomb and I got into a group, and we were moved in a fair ways, and I believe we were getting ready to camp an area where a name could spawn. And then out of the blue, there was another player that had shown up, and I realized that the player that had shown up was the same person that was in my chat, and that was Swan. Hang on a second. Oh yeah? Okay, gotcha. So anyhow, I started talking to Swanee, and that's when he approached me and asked me. He said, you seem to be enjoying the game. Would you be willing to test it? And I said, yeah. I said, but I'm not looking to invest into another game because I'm already in Pantheon, full time. I said, if there's no obligation for me to be in there, sure, I'll take access. I'll jump in and take a look at it. So they got me in there. I went in during closed alpha. I couldn't say anything to the stream because I was under NDA. There are some people that are apparently quite annoyed with me in the Monsters and Memories ecosystem because they feel shunned that they didn't get in before I did, apparently, even though they've been following the game for a while and I knew nothing about it. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't go looking for this. It just fell into my lap. So I played a couple of days. I spoke with a couple of devs in the game. We had some pretty cool conversation. The closed alpha was coming to a close. This is before the closed beta started. So it was coming to an end. I ended it. I uninstalled the game. I was good. I didn't say anything to anybody, publicly, left it alone. The morning closed beta, I'm such an idiot. The morning closed beta launched the Sunday of like a month ago or 2 months ago, whenever. The Sunday that closed beta launched. I was sitting here at the computer. I had just done some work, and I was thinking, I wonder, I don't have anything to play at the moment, because I was waiting for Final Fantasy III to come out, the Repixel Master, whatever, and on Game Pass. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'm wondering if I still have access to that game. So I didn't talk to anybody. I wasn't approached by anybody. Nobody told me. So I went and I downloaded the client. It was a newer client, different version of the client. I said, okay, let's go in and see. And I fully expected to click the join or whatever and get blocked or get the message that pops up saying the servers are closed for now, what have you. And I got into the character select and I thought, wait a minute, why am I into the character select? So I created a character and I picked my server, the beta 1 server, and I jumped into the game and it loaded in. I loaded into the game and I'm thinking, oh, And I thought I was being cute. I'm like, oh, they forgot to turn off my account. I still have access. I didn't know, and maybe you guys didn't know, they took all the active accounts from closed alpha and migrated them into closed beta. So if you were in the closed alpha, you automatically got access to closed beta. So I didn't ask for this. But again, like I said, some individuals got very sour that someone like myself, and I'm not saying I'm anybody fan, I'm just a gamer. I love MMORPGs, it's what I do. But anyhow, I got into this game, and I've been playing this game a lot more than I thought I was going to be playing it. And periodically, every now and then, I have some devs pop in the chat, and I've spoken to Nicodemus a couple of times. Swanee, who else? Oh, Nicodemus, by the way, he's in charge of the quest. We've had a couple of conversations about quest lines and whatnot, which is pretty cool. There's definitely some neat lore in here if you can figure out the text prompts. And if you know, you know. Streamers, of course, will get priority because you guys are bringing more attention to the game. I mean, I have a small audience, but you are right. I believe they saw me as someone who tested, like where I was testing Pantheon. I don't just play Pantheon to play. I do test it. My plan is to be a warrior when the game launches, so I try to be as solid, as good as I can. All of them. Nope, but you won't be able to fit them all with your inventory, so be careful. I would say maybe choose 3, no more than that. 2 is going to be rough, because you're going to fill up your bags with all sorts of stuff, whether you choose cloth, whether you choose leather, whether you choose plate, whether you choose alchemy, whether you choose jewel crafting. There's so many trade skills in the game. I don't remember all of them offhand. You'd want to go to their website and click on, I think it's the information, and you'll be able to click on and see all of the classes, or all the trade skills that are available. There's quite a few of them. I was pretty well known. The alpha player were automatically in. Nick was great, but I think he stopped working on M&M. Yeah, so again, I don't know a whole lot about the making. I log in, and the reason why I'm in on, I wouldn't normally be in on this test for this weekend because I have tunes on the closed beta, and as I mentioned before, Pantheon is my main thing. However, I've done everything in Pantheon many times. The people that I hang out with we've gone through Pantheon many times, so they thought it would be a cool idea if we all got together to give this game a look at. Now, they already knew that I was in it, but they're not in it, and they didn't have any initial interest. I've got 2 people into it right now. That's why I'm fielding questions for them when they ask. And so, I think they're ecstatic, which is a surprise to me because I wasn't expecting this kind of response, but they seem to be really into about figuring stuff out. Like, yeah, it seems, and both of them who started in different parts of the city when they came to the courtyard. Oh, is that you? Feel free to keep doing what you were doing. I'm just chatting with the stream for a minute. So anyhow, when they both came out into the courtyard here, they came out at nighttime, and they saw Dr. Doom's fortress up here lit up in green, and they pretty much lost their marbles. And I was like, okay, this could be a problem. So they both opted in. So, you know, I got my fingers crossed for them. But they've both opted in. I'm sure they're going to convince the others to opt in. The others aren't here this evening because they're working. Pretty sure between now and tomorrow they'll be here. So, if they do jump on board, we might mess around with some stuff tomorrow as well. We just finished Final Fantasy 3, so that's good. I don't have to worry about Final Fantasy 3. Now I'm waiting for Final Fantasy 4 to come out. On Game Pass. When it comes out on Game Pass, we'll probably do a playthrough of Final Fantasy 4, but my situation right now. Nick was doing tickets up to 11 p.m. You mean? No, Audi. I think what Lizette is saying is he's not working on M&M anymore. You won't see him streaming M&M. You won't see him working on M&M. That's what I was saying before I was asked a question. My understanding currently right now, so this Nick individual Nick HOTS, he's one of 4 founding members. He's not going anywhere as far as the game goes, but he's not working on the game anymore. Period. Full stop. Whatever happened, happened, but he is not working on the game, but he's still an owner of the game. That much I can tell you. But to say it's because he wasn't working is... No. Lizette was saying that Nick was great, but I think he stopped working on M&M. They're right. He did stop working because he was taken off the development. So Lizette is actually right. Why was he taken off of it? Nobody knows, man, but them. They're the only ones that know. I can tell you this. My train of thought, space between my ears, he's still a founding member, but he's no longer working on the team. Something happened with him and the game directly that broke something. And they were like, okay, you know what? You're obviously one of the 4 horsemen with us or what have you. That can't be changed. But more than likely, it was a majority thing. Say, hey, you're not working on the team anymore. We can all sit here and hypothesize. I know the least. I know the least about the situation. I just know what viewers tell me. But I like to think I'm pretty good with fleshing things out. And the point is, nobody needs to worry about it. But he's not working on the game anymore. Will he work on the game in the future? I don't know. But the business mentality of me says no. He won't work on the game again. So. And I believe they actually brought somebody else in recently. So I believe they have somebody else in to work on the game. And if you all remember, if you all follow Nick HOTS's stream, or Nick Hot's stream, you'll remember the last day he had that image up of the can on the road. And a lot of people thought, well, I thought it was kicking the can down the road, meaning he had moved on. But it was actually that he was canned, meaning that he was taken off the project. So, that's what it meant. So he unfortunately did something that was against their vision, and they had to step in. And you can't sit there and defend him because you don't know bupkis. Neither do I. But I'm telling you, I've been in business a long time. That's the only scenario. So don't drop it. We're not going to talk about it anymore. It's not even important. There are still 1,000 people playing this game. There were still 600 viewers, I think, in Monsters when I went live this evening. So viewership is fine. What was I doing? Oh, I think we were just leveling, right? Were we leveling? What was I doing? Yeah, I was leveling because we couldn't do the next part of the quest. Well, I say I'm leveling. We're not able to kill anything. Where are you at currently? Okay, I'm gonna come to you. Now be careful because the diseased mobs are auto aggro. You say you're over by the pillar? I see ya. I am. I took herbalism. All right. No, no. I mean, herbalism goes along with alchemy, but herbalism is just finding plants and then grinding them up. Yes. I've never seen them grouped up like that before. Just whatever you see, just target and run into it. Doesn't matter. That's weird. Hey Chad, anybody seen where you aggro a mob and it runs away from you? Is that a bug? Yeah, really the only thing you want to stay away from here for now are the Ashira warriors and the blister beetles. Don't go anywhere near the blister beetles. I don't know what's going on with this running away. I've never seen this. There's 2 mobs now that have run away on aggro. I don't think it'd be the presence. She did hit at the aggro, but they're not supposed to run away. They're supposed to aggro you. There's like 500 people in zone. There's other areas. There's other areas in the city we can go as well, and they're packed also. I have mine as Q. Try Q. Then I just rebound it. I made E my auto attack and Q my auto run. So if you hit escape and you go into keybinds, you can go down to toggle auto run and auto attack. They're right above each other. You can put toggle auto run as Q, auto attack as E, or the other way around. So E might be your auto run. I just prefer to have my auto run on the left. That's all. What level am I? We're level 2 at the moment. Level 2 shaman with the level 1 beast master. Furious Jackal may transform into a shapeshifter. There you go. You can run to the gate guards. The gate guards will aggro when the mob is near. So you have to stay at the guards until the mob is near, and then they'll kick. Nope. Yep, they will aggro you everywhere. Dude, so many people. And you know what? Tomorrow will be just as bad. And Sunday will be even worse. For those who don't know, Sunday is the absolute worst day of the week for MMORPGs in North America. Just so you know, it's the highest population day. So, if you think today and tomorrow are going to be bad, you ain't seen nothing until Sunday. Arrested bonus is almost off. That works. Mm-hmm. We're waiting for this timer up here, chat, to go to 20 minutes. Oh, campfire's almost out. Somebody aggroed a blister beetle. Why is the back companion just staying there? What does... I'm going to check something real quick. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to zone over to the other side and scout the enemies to see if it's worthwhile. Maybe we can find lesser people. Oh, there. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, when you're ready, run straight out from the gate and run all the way and zone over. Yep. Uh-oh. That was probably a player who named their pet. Which gate are you running out from? The one in the middle? You're on the stone road? Oh, okay, stay there. Yeah, we have to be careful now. We can't go too far out from here because the mobs will go up in level. By the way, chat, there's a thing with this game where you will fizzle 100% of the time at low levels because most of your spells take a hair longer than a combat round. And you might sit there and go, yeah, but there's got to be one chance where get it through. No. I did. Grats. It's probably the most frustrating thing about playing anybody with a spell. They spawn further down towards the water. There are 3 spawns, but be aware that, you know, someone's probably going to jump all over them. Jackals have an opportunity to drop a low-quality pelt. The low-quality pelt is valuable to leather workers because they can actually break it down for a significant number of pelts, and it's the only item that breaks down into a significant number of pelts at the start of the game. Well, they can spawn in random spots, but the minute somebody sees something, they jump on it. That's like when I was telling you earlier, whatever you see, don't skip, just run at it and attack it, and we'll deal with respawns or repops when they happen. But if you pass through mobs, you're not going to get any kills. At least not now. In a week's time, when players thin out, it'll be a lot easier. But these servers won't be here. Mm-hmm. It will. It's got to render 400 players on the other side. That skeleton's red. We're going to leave him alone. That snake is red. We're going to leave him alone. Just barely got that off. You really have to time it with the start of the enemy's auto attack and then start casting. If you wait a hair longer, you'll get interrupted. That was close. You can see down here in purple text, it says a fire beetle looks exhausted. That's the only way you can tell that your spells land. There's no debuff icon on their nameplate or what have you. Here come. Does the game have logs and EQ? You could parse logs and set up alerts for things. I don't believe so. I tried the /log. And /log is an unknown command. If there is a log command, or if there are logs, I don't know how to turn them on. But also, keep in mind, logs were something that you normally saw in older games. This game looks old, or looks EQ-ish, but you gotta remember this is done in Unity. So, there may not be logs in Unity programming. I don't know. I'm not a programmer. But I know I don't know any way to turn logs on in this game. That guy was racing to the skeleton and then saw me and moved, or turned around and went the other direction. And I turned and went the other direction because I figured he'd go ahead and... Thank you, Acromatics. Perfect. Perfect. I wasn't paying attention. That was a skeleton. It was red. Should have left it alone. What was I thinking? Apparently not much. Apparently not much. But that's okay, because we... Oh, it started me at the north gate. No problem. You should, well, it's not going to matter to you. Yeah, you could get rid of it, sell it, or what have you. You won't, I don't see you spending enough time in the game to get into the trade skilling. You'll need to get a bit of money. You'll need like 4 silver. You'll have to farm for quite a while. Oh, one thing I will say. When you're killing stuff out in the game, if you happen to see a bipedal creature, so a skeleton, a Shira, what have you, if they're walking on 2 feet, they'll tend to carry weapons just like EQ periodically. If you see them carrying a staff that has a flat top to it, that's a cracked staff just like an EQ, that's worth, I think, 5 silver. It's a very hot item to get if you can. It's very rare. But when you're looking at mobs walking around with weapons, you can tell what they're wielding, whether it's a trident, a spear, etc. When you find the staff that has a flat top, that's a cracked staff. If you find a staff that has a fat top, that's a quarter staff. That's like a caster staff, a mage staff. That's not what you want. You want the smooth, flat, thin staff. That's the cracked staff. So if you see multiple targets out in the field, that's what you want. Great pro tip. Any other tips? When you start the game, if you start in Night Harbor here, out in the courtyard, off to the, I don't know what you would call it, let's say from the gate, if you go out 10 o'clock and you run out about 30 seconds, you'll find a busted wall with a shifty gnome behind it. He's standing next to a campfire. If you target him and type interested, or say interested, he'll give you a quest item in your inventory. It's a 6-slot bag. Oh, I don't have it on me. He'll tell you that he needs you to put 6 cloth scraps in the bag, combine it, and take it back to him. You could do that for a random piece of cloth armor, or you could keep the bag and have it as a 6-slot bag that you wouldn't normally have at the start of the game. Also, when you start to get a bit of currency, roughly 2 silver, I would say, or 2.5 silver. You would get that from killing everything you see. Don't be picky. Don't be running around trying to complete any cool quest you might have found or what have you. Kill everything, loot all the items that stack. So all the items that have a little number in the corner that tells you 1. You want to stack those items and then sell them all. And when you get 2 to 3 silver, you want to pick a trade skill, either tailoring or leatherworking. Go to the trainer and pick up the leatherworking kit or the tailoring kit. That'll give you 2 more 6-slot medium bags. Because if you plan on buying bags off the merchant, you're going to be playing a long time before you can get set up. And if you're waiting for a trade skiller to make them and sell them, you're not going to be able to afford them. Don't even bother. Listen to what I tell you. And do that, and you'll be A1. If you're looking to make money, you can always try, again, like I just said with the cracked staff, you can always look for bipedal creatures, anything walking on 2 feet. There's going to be a chance it's carrying a weapon of some sort, or even armor. You can gather that stuff and then sell it. Typically, it might take you 10 rat ears to get 40 copper, but it might take 1 rusty longsword to get you 40 copper, or even 50 copper. So, you definitely want to pay attention to the monetary value of everything that drops in the game. You want to play smart with your inventory. Oh, is it going to load us over? Oh no, it's not going to load us over. I think I'm going to crash. You should publish Monsters and Memories Beginner Pro Tips Guide. Yeah, dude, people have been after me for a long time to do Pantheon guides. There's not enough time in the day. I would need 25 hours and 8 days a week. I don't, unfortunately, for some people, I don't do this full time. I only do this in the evenings when I'm off of work, and to me, there just isn't enough time for me to get stuff like that done. I would like to do it, but I'd rather people just jump in, and if they have questions, feel free to ask them. And also, my streams are uploaded to YouTube. So if you go to YouTube and you search for @Krushnek, click on the live tab on my page, and you'll see all sorts of streams. I have like over 400 Pantheon streams from the past 2 years. And then whatever else I play, like Monsters and Memories. So that's up there as well. Now, I have been playing on... our client's crashed. I have been playing on the closed beta server for a couple of months. So if you go back about 2 months and you look for any screenshot that shows Monsters and Memories, you might be able to get some information out of that too. How does Pantheon compare? So, they're both MMORPGs. If you're looking for an experience where you meet up with people or get in a group, find a place to camp and hang out for a few hours and kill some stuff and chat and whatnot, Monsters and Memories is probably your main jam. If you're somebody who wants something a little more technical, a little faster, a little more hectic, Pantheon's where it's at. That's really the only comparison I can give. People will start to break down zones and players and blah, blah, blah. You can't do, that's not fair. Both games play differently. But I can tell you that if you're looking for a more active experience, in my opinion, it's Pantheon. If you're looking for a more laid-back experience, it's Monsters and Memories. Monsters and Memories really only gets hectic when you wipe in a dungeon and everybody has to try and get their corpse back. because it's old EQ style. So, but outside of that, like I play in the closed beta, I play a fighter. My fighter is level, I think 26 at the moment. I can tank red mobs 2, 3 at a time, 3, 4 at a time with the people that I typically hang out with, which is ridiculous. In Pantheon, you can't do that. In Pantheon, one mob, let alone 2 mobs, is going to be very difficult to handle. So, as far as the learning curve goes, and you have to keep in mind, the name of this game is Monsters and Memories. Memories doesn't just mean what memories you had back in the days of EQ. Memories means they want you to make friends, hang out, level, chat, and make memories. And I can tell you this because I got it from the horse's mouth. So none of you need to type anything else other than what I just said. They want you to hang out and chill. Their favorite stuff is when people get together in groups, find a camp and chill. Again, they've told me this directly, so it's not a conversation. I've crashed. Hang on a second. I get people periodically that come in here and they want to try and give me a different reasoning. It don't. You're just going to look foolish because I already know. And it's cool because it's what it's supposed to be. I mean, as someone who's played a tank for decades, I have a much more relaxed time in this game. I really don't have to do a whole lot. I crashed while zoning, so I'm logging back in now. Now, I'm on the other side. Okay, so now we need our corpse, right? Yeah, our corpse is down this way. I gotta collect the corpse. I aggroed a skeleton that was red and I shouldn't have, and I wasn't paying attention, and it's my own fault. But yeah, Zai, if you were to check out my Pantheon streams, especially when I'm running dungeons, you'd see how much fun it is. Not mine, right? I think I died down here, right? Is that me? Oh. No problem. I'll talk to you later. No worries. I'll be around probably most of tomorrow, so if you're around, maybe we can convince the others to log in and we'll do something. Only 24 level 1 spells for... Yeah, that's the Necro. Spells, forget about it. Roll a Shaman. Right? Like... My level 1 spells are ridiculous, and then level 4 is ridiculous, and level 8 is ridiculous. Like, they threw, for the spellcasters, they threw just about every spell imaginable from every MMORPG over the last 3 decades, and they just slapped them onto every caster in this game. Like, so many people just can't afford their spells when they get to that level because it's so much money. And people get tired of dealing with the inventory and moving things around and figuring out what to keep, what not to keep, and how to get more bags, and that takes so much money. So you got to grind for all the money to get the bags, and then once you've got the bags, you've got to grind money again for the spells, and so on and so. Yeah, it's a whole thing by design. It's not a fluke. It's not broke. It's the way they intended it. So you end up spending more time in game. Okay, we have We have food and drink. We have our bag. We can't do. We should probably put that in the bank. That on us. Hello, rotting skeleton. Nobody. What is happening? What happened to my spells? I have to Oh my! I have to relearn my spells. I thought they were supposed to. Well, whatever. I don't normally play casters, chat. I don't normally play casters. Oh, wait a minute. Whoops. Close my book. How's the shaman and Masha's and memories? The shaman is very slow to solo with. But if you can get your shaman up to level 8, dude, the world opens up. Shamans have all sorts of buffs. We have the slow. We have the weaken. A lot of the stuff that you would find from EQ for a shaman, you find in this game. But you have to get it to level 8. But you really should find a group or find other people to group with. Soloing on a shaman is a nightmare. It takes so long. So long. I just rolled this shaman because the other people that have been jumped into the game, they rolled a tank and DPS, so there's no heals. So I decided to roll the shaman. I wasn't going to roll a cleric. You said you would roll a cleric or shaman? Oh, right on. Well, I mean, you are more than welcome to roll whatever you would like to roll. I'm completely flexible. If you want to roll a cleric or a shaman, I have my necromancer. I just didn't want to jump in on him because he's level 7. I would want to group with you guys around the same level. That's yellow. We don't want that. Group there. Warriors yellow. That's are blue. Oh, these are okay. For mobs too. That's the case. That means we can just start pulling this stuff. There's not many people here. Don't want that warrior. We're gonna pull him back just so we don't get that Ashira when it walks back. Excuse me. "12 spells down. Saving for level 4, yes. Hey, Lazy, what's happening? What server? I'm on Rel for this test. You're on a different server? Oh, are you on a West Coast server? You're on Krivia, okay. .58 Bard in Alpha. You're at 52 in the closed beta? Dude. Holy rotting skeletons, Batman. Their names almost look like 3D. The old red and blue. Oh no, another beetle's gonna show up. Fizzle City incoming. Come on, heal. Thank you. Fizzle again. Go away, beetle. What are you doing? You're not supposed to run. These mobs are acting weird. We're gonna come up here and borrow this campfire. Oh, another handy tip for those who might be in game and don't know. In your character sheet here, this top persona section, if you right click over it, you can select Stats Mini, and it pops out a little cheat sheet here that you can drag off to the side or what have you that shows your stats. Now it looks small, so you would just go into your settings and scale up the UI. So you go with options, interface, and scale. I don't think you can scale this. Oh, you can scale the window. There. Now you can have that up, and that way you can follow along with your progress. I don't care to have it up because I don't want to follow the XP bar because that's ridiculous. And you're what is it? Sadomasochist? You'll have an aneurysm watching your XP bar. Trust me on that. I was just gonna sow Thorn's regen Oh, gotcha, Lazy, gotcha. Well, I appreciate the thought. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 2 a.m. Okay, chat, I gotta call it quits. We gotta go to bed. I've been up, well, way longer than I thought I was gonna be on for, and I have to get up early in the morning. So first off, grats on the ding. Those of you that are still here, thank you very much for hanging out. If you're still here from the Primus raid from earlier, I appreciate your guys' patronage, I guess. We'll be live tomorrow. I don't know what the game plan is as of yet. I don't think we'll be in Pantheon early, so we'll probably be in Monsters. We'll probably see who's available. We'll see if we can put a group together. Maybe I can get the Pantheon crew in to do some stuff, whatever that might be. And if not, we'll figure something out. Regardless, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day, and hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.